So if you're looking to build a full stack project, a real-time chat application is one of the best options. Because with this project, you can learn a couple of different things, such as how to build an API, how to build a front-end application, and how to implement real-time features with the help of WebSockets. And this is exactly what we're gonna build today. Also, at the end of this video, I'll show you how to deploy this application live on the internet. And now let me give you a quick walkthrough of the end result. So we have Signup and Login pages. Once we authenticate, we will be navigated to the homepage, where we can see our conversations and online users. We can send text messages and images in real time. From the profile page, we can update our profile image. And in the settings page, there will be 32 different themes that we can choose from. When someone logs out, we can see it immediately. And on top of this, we're gonna build some nice to have features, such as displaying error messages, loading skeletons, and a completely responsive UI design that works both on desktop and mobile. We are also going to learn how to structure our files and folders. When it comes to the technologies, in the client, we are gonna use React, Tailwind, Zustand, and Daisy UI. And in the API part, we will use Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and Psych.io. We will handle the authentication with JSON Web Tokens, and we're going to talk about the security as well. And finally, we will deploy this application completely for free. So overall, this is gonna be a really cool project to have on your resume. And if you're ready, let's get into it. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing I have done is to create an empty folder on my desktop, and then I just open it up in VS Code. So I'll go ahead and maximize this, and I would like to create two different folders under this one. So let's say we'll have the front end, where we'll be building our React application, and one for the API, which I'll be calling this as a backend. So let's go ahead and create a React application under the front end. So I'll just open up my terminal with Control J, or Command J if you're on Mac. So let's say cd into the front end. If you just type half of it and press tab, this would auto-complete it, as you might know already. So let's say npm create read add latest, and we're gonna put dot at the end, which means create it under the current folder. And I'll just press enter now. So we'll like to go with React and JavaScript. If you want to go with TypeScript, please feel free to select this, but I'd like to make this completely beginner friendly, so I'll just go with JavaScript. There we go. We got a bunch of different files and folders, and here it says, please run npm install to get your dependencies. So let's say npm install. Once this is done, we should be able to run npm run dev. So just in a second, we're gonna get the node modules. There we go. And I'll just say npm run dev. And let's command click to it, or control click. There we go. This is the React application that we got from Vite. So this is the boilerplate that we'll be using later in the video. But for now, what I'd like to do is just focus on the API. So first, we'll just build everything related to the API. Then once this is complete, we're going to come back to the React application, build the UI, and connect to the API that we built to make the chat application work, right? So I'll just kill this with Control C. There we go. Let's kill this one as well. Shrink this, open up the terminal once again. Now cd into the backend. Oops, that should be cd back, and just press tab. There we go. Now we are inside. Let's initialize a node application, right? So npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file. So I would like to get a bunch of different dependencies. So I'll just put it here in one line so that you can see it clearly. So let me just say paste. Okay, npm install, or I for short, where we have Express, Mongoose, .env, JSON Web Token, bcrypt.js, Quickie Parser, Cloudinary, and Psych.io. I'll be explaining each of them as we use it. So for now, just type everything with me and press enter. So it will go ahead and get all those packages. And as I said, once we use them, I'll try to explain each. And you might be familiar with maybe even most of it. I don't know. So we're gonna get there. Let's try to clear this up with Control K, or if you're on Windows, you can just type CLS and just run this. But in my case, it does not work because I am on macOS. But anyways, now there's one more package that I would like to install. So here we can see these are the dependencies. I would like to get one more, let's say npm install node.man, and this is going to be a dev dependency. So I'll just put a -d at the end. Okay, so this will go ahead and grab it. So our entry file is index.js. Let's try to create it. And just import the express. So let's say require the express package. And let's say const app create an express app. And I'll just say app.listen on any port. In my case, this is going to be 5001. Feel free to update this, but I would just say follow along with me so that we have the exact same code base. All right, so let's say once we start listening, we can just say, oops, console log server is running on port and the port number. There we go. So to be able to run this file, we can go ahead and create a script. I will delete this one completely. For the development, we would like to run this with node.man, and our file is index.js. Alright, so let's just open up our terminal under the backend. Let's just say npm run dev. So there we go, it is running on port 5001. I would like to use import export syntax instead of this common.js. So I'll go ahead, maybe below the author, I'll just say type is going to be equal to module. By default, it is common.js. So I'll be using module. Let's go here, let's say import express from express, and we can delete this one. Oops, not this one. I meant this one. There we go. So just make sure you make this to be type of module. So Express is our first package that we're using, which is our web framework. So what that means, it will provide us lots of different features that we can build our API pretty quickly and easily. So it'll give us routes, middlewares, and a lot more that we can imagine. So the first thing I'd like to do, just take this index.js and put it under a source folder. So what we have just done is a best practice that you can see under the front end. This is what Vite does as well. It just puts everything related to the application under the source folder, right? These are mostly for configurations or the entry file, but here we have the actual entry file for the application code. This is what you'll be working on, so it is under the source folder. This is the same concept, that's what we have done. So we're gonna create our models. We're gonna create routes, controllers. Let's just create all the folders. Let's say controllers, routes, and let's just say lib, middleware as well. So let's just start with the routes. So the first route we're gonna have is for the authentication. I'll just say app dot, let's say use. If user visits /API/auth, we would like to call the auth routes. And let's try to import this file, which will be under the routes folder. So I'll just say auth.js, but there is one convention that I'd like to use. Instead of leaving the file name as auth.js, I will be adding the folder name into it. So just before the .js, I'll say route.js. So this is completely a normal JavaScript file. This is not the extension. Extension is still JavaScript, but we just changed the name a little bit to really just follow this convention, which is really convenient. When you take a look at the file from here, you immediately understand this is a route file for the authentication, right? So I'll just say import express. From the express package, we'd like to create a router, let's say express.router, just like this, and we'd like to export default this router. Let's just say router, there we go. I'll save, let's go here, try to import it. Say import auth routes from the current folder, just go under the routes and get this file. Since this is a local file, we just need to put the extension at the end because we're using type of module, right? Just keep this in mind. You need to put this in for the local files. Once you save this, this should be good to go. When you visit Signup or login or logout, we would like to call this file. So let's say router.get /signup. We would like to call this function, which will be taking the request and response, and it'll just say, let's say res.send signup route. What I'll be doing, basically take this and duplicate it twice, one for the login, and let's just go below. I would like to do the same thing for logout. Let's say logout. Okay, let me just give a little bit space to format this. And now if we visit /API/auth/signup, we're gonna call this function, and same for the login and logout. Let's just make sure our application is up and running. Looks like it doesn't because we have changed this route for the index.js. We put everything under the source. We need to update it here. When we run the dev script, we should say run the index.js, but it is under the source folder. Let's update this main part as well. It is not really important to update here, but let's just be correct and consistent. I will save and go into index.js, save this, take a look at the terminal. So it does not work. Let's kill this and run this once again. This should be good to go. Alright, so let's just visit localhost 5001 auth login. So this is the login route. Logout and signup should also be working. I don't know why I started in middle, but there we go. So as you can imagine, when we want to sign up, we don't really want to send a GET request. Instead, it is going to be POST. Same for the login, because we would like to send some data, right? This is going to be username or let's say email, password, so that we can either sign up or log in. So same for the logout. You can use the GET method as well. I'll be using POST. So yeah. Let's just try to create the controllers and put these functions into it. The reason is we'd like to just organize this file a little bit. Let's say this is gonna take 50 lines of code, this will take 100, and this file will just get out of hand, right? So what I'd like to do, basically take these functions into their own file. So under the controllers, again, I'll be using the same convention. I'll say auth.controller, which is the folder name, but in singular form. Let's say .js, and I'll say export const signup function, right? And this is gonna be it. Request res, and we'll just send signup route. Let's do the same thing for login and logout. Okay, let's save. Go here, delete everything. Import, excuse me, import the signup function, login function, and the logout function. And I'd like to just put .js, otherwise it's going to crash. And let me actually prove this. If you save, it just says we cannot find this module. Could you just please put the .js at the end? Now it is working as expected. Okay, so we'd like to start with the signup, then build the login, and then logout. So let's go into the auth controller where we'd like to build this logic. To be able to sign up a user, first we need a database. So let's go ahead and visit Chrome, and I'd like to just visit mongodb.com. Let's just type MongoDB, click to the first one. I already have an account. Probably you have as well. Let's just go ahead and sign in. It is completely free to get started with it. So once you log in, probably you will be in this kind of a page where I would like to go ahead and create a new project. So this is the previous one that I had. So let's just say chat application as for the name once the UI loads. All right, so I'll just say chat app tutorial maybe. Let's say next, the project owner is gonna be me. Let's say create. Then they will take us to this page. Let's say create a cluster, and we're gonna go with the free plan. So we don't really need to pay for this side project. Alright, so I'll just select this one, leave everything as it is. Let's say create the deployment. And we'll be navigated to this page. So I will copy my password and just say create the database user. And I'll just choose a connection method where we would like to connect from our Node.js application. So let's go with the drivers, and this will give us a connection string. So let's go ahead, visit the VS Code, and now we'll be using this package called .env. Let's go ahead and create a file under the backend .env and make sure you put it under the root. Let's say I would like to have MongoDB _ URI, and we're gonna put our connection string to here so that we can connect to that database. And this was my password, so I'll just copy it in case I need it. Alright, so also let's get this route and make it an environment variable, which is a best practice that you should be doing. Let's say port 5001. I will save this. Go ahead, try to replace it with that port. So I'll just say const port. This will be equal to process.env. This is how we can read the .env file content. So process.env.port, because this is how we called it. But now this is going to be undefined because we need to use this package. So let's say import .env from .env, and they have a function. Basically, we should be calling it .env.config. Once you use this, you should be able to access to this environment variable. Now we can really update this with the port. So there we go. Here it says still running on this port, but let's just make this to be the actual value. So let's say on port, and I'll just put the variable. So this is going to be 5001. So I think to be able to make this work, we should be killing our terminal and restart it again, I was going to say, but looks like it has already been updated. And this value, is currently coming from the .env file. Let's make it 5002, save this file and save this. There we can see it has been updated. And I'll just bring this back to 5001. Alright, so let's go back. And okay, so looks like it just gave us, you can either toggle this on and off. I'll be getting it like this so that I have my password being inserted. Let's copy it, visit VS Code, .env, paste this in. Let's just shrink this. And I think I can wrap this with Alt Z. Not like this. Let me just try to put this back. Okay, so this is how I wrap this with Alt Z. And looks like I don't need this password. It has already been inserted. I'll go ahead and delete this. Let me give a bit space. Okay, so there is one thing that you should keep in mind. Before this question mark, you can put your database name. Otherwise, it'll be test. They will call it as test. But instead, I would like to call this as, let's say, ChatDB. Okay, so with this in mind, now we should be able to use this connection string to be able to connect to the database. I will go ahead, open up this lib folder, create db.js file. So in this file, we're going to be using this mongoose package to be able to connect to our database, and later we'll be using this package to be able to interact with our database as well. Alright, so let's just say we would like to create a function called connectDB, and it's going to be an async function where we'll have a try and catch block, and in the try we would like to connect to our database, and here we'll be using mongoose.connect, and we're going to await this because this will take a little bit of time, and we're going to be using our connection string, which is coming from the .env file, and this is how we called it, right? MongoDB _ URI, and we can assign this into a variable called connection, and we can just say console log MongoDB connected successfully, and this is the connection host. But in the catch, that means we got an error, so let's just console log it. So that's gonna be it for this file, and notice how I didn't type this out letter by letter, but instead I just walk you through it line by line so you would understand everything, and we can just move faster. I hope this makes sense. So I will actually kill this file. Once we start listening on this port, I will go ahead and just say connect db, and let's try to import this function. So let's say import connect db from the libdb.js file. Let's save. I don't know why we didn't save this one, but let me just bring this back, save, and take a look at the terminal. Here it says server is running on this port and MongoDB connected. So that means we are connected to our database that we can really just interact with it. Before we do anything else, I would like to visit Chrome and let's say done. I will visit the network access. So here I would like to add one more IP address where I'll just say allow access from anywhere so that we don't really get any errors in development. So I'll just say confirm. So this will take a couple of seconds where it says pending. It should be active in a second. Okay, there we go. It is active. Now we can just go ahead under the clusters and we can just browse collections, but we don't really have anything, right? So we're gonna have one for the users and one for the messages. And let's take a look at it pretty quickly. For each user, we'll have an email field, a full name field, password, and profile picture. And on top of these, there's gonna be one field called ID. So this will be generated automatically by MongoDB. And they actually call this specifically as _ID. So this is something that we'll see. Just keep this in mind. You don't need to create the ID by yourself. This will be created by MongoDB automatically. And then we can add fields like created at and updated at, right? So I'll just try to duplicate this. Okay, so that we know when this user is created, right? So that we can show something like member since, and then you can just put the date. So this is why we would need this date, and this is one of the best practices that you can have, where you would have always created at and updated at on your documents. So let's just try to create the user model. Then we'll also create the message model. So for each message, we'll have a sender ID and receiver ID, then the message content itself. So this could be text, right? So maybe they would say, hello, you just get the point. And maybe the message would have an image. So just like we have seen in the demo application. So yeah, let's just start with the users. To be able to make this work, I'll visit VS Code. And under the models, I will create my user model. And in the same way, I am following this convention that we have. Now, even though icon is changing, this is just a regular JavaScript file. I am using this extension called, let's say VS Code Grade Icons. Okay, I am using this extension. That's why logo changes, but basically it is a JavaScript file. And now, once again, let me just walk you through this file. So the first thing we'd like to do, just import Mongoose. Then we're going to create a schema. I will be calling this as user schema. And this is how we can call this function, new mongoose.schema. And this is going to be taking an argument as the object. So we're going to just put every single field that a user would need, such as the email. Each user will have an email. And the type will be string. This would be required and it should be unique. So this is how we can make that work with Mongoose. And each user will have a full name. So let's say full name, type will be string and it's going to be required, but it doesn't have to be unique. Both, like two different users could have the same full name. So we're going to go ahead and build the password field as well. Each user will have a password that is going to be type of string, required of true, and minimum length could be 6. Otherwise, we are not going to allow them to sign up. Then they can have a profile pic, which is going to be type of string and not required. So we can just put the default value as an empty string. Once they upload a profile picture, we will update this value. And for that created at and updated at, we can add this second object where we say timestamps of true. So it's going to add those fields so that we can show something like member since and things like that. Then now that we have created the schema, we would like to create a model based off of this one. So I will say const user mongoose.model, the name of your model basically, or the collection, which is going to be user. And we're going to put this schema. I know this might look a little bit complicated if you are using this for the first time, but this is basically what you have to do to be able to create a model with Mongoose. And finally, we'll say export default user. So just notice how, first I'll save this file. So just notice how we put this as user and make the U, the first character, as capital. So you don't really want to say users because Mongoose specifically wants you to put this as singular, and it wants you to put the first character as uppercase. So if you create something like messages, you don't really say messages, instead you would say message, and it will go ahead, update this to be messages in the database. I hope this makes sense. We're gonna see this in action just in a second. So let's say user. There we go. So again, we created a schema. We just said which fields a user will have, and we created a model called user, and it is depending on this schema. And we are just exporting this so that we can use it in different files in our application. So that's gonna be it for the user model. Later in the video, we're gonna build for the messages. For now, I don't really want to build it because that might confuse you. So I just don't want to do it anymore. So basically, this is the only model that we have so far. So let's go under the auth controller where we would like to build the sign up flow, right? So user will send you some information like their email, full name, password, so that they can sign up. And to be able to grab those, first I'll just have try catch, which is best practice, right? So that we can really catch the errors without breaking our code. So when you want to fetch the data that user sends, you'll be doing something like const request.body, and let's say user sends you their full name. So I'll just say full name, and you would like to get the email, the password. This is how you would grab them. But to be able to make this work, to be able to grab those, you should go into the index.js and you should add this middleware. So let's say app.use express.json. Okay, this will basically allow you to extract the JSON data out of body. All right, I'll save. Now this should be working. And in the try, we'll like to sign up the user, hash their passwords, and create a token to let them know that they are authenticated. Okay, so I have mentioned like hashing the passwords, right? Hash passwords. And this is a package. We have installed a package for this called bcrypt.js, and we'll be using this. So why do we need it? Let's say user give you this password. You don't really want to save it as it is in the database. Instead, you would like to have it like, I don't know, some gibberish that nobody can read, right? It would, let's say, not exactly like this, but you get the point. You don't really want to save it as it is. So we'll be using that package to be able to make that work. Let's just try to go step by step and create the user and then hash the password, then finally create a token to authenticate them. And before we write any code, I'd like to show you this diagram about the authentication. So this looks pretty complicated, but it's actually pretty simple that I will walk you through it pretty quickly. Okay, so let's say we have a user that wants to sign up. They will click to the sign up button, which will trigger a request to our endpoint. Let's say it is API auth signup. Then we will create the user in the database, and we will just generate a token, which is JSON web token, and we will send this back in the cookies to the user, and we will just take them to the home page, let's say. And this is going to be our success message, right? So basically now they have been authenticated and they have been created in our database. Same thing applies for the login. So they will click to the login button, which will trigger a request to API auth login. Now we are not going to create the user in the database because they are logging in. They are already in our database. We'll just check for the credentials. If they send us the correct username and password, we will generate the token and send it in the cookies back to the user, and we will take them to the homepage. Now, there is one more thing when they want to send a message. So they will say, hey, I want to send a message to my friend. The first thing we need to do is just check if user has the token in the cookies. So we're going to take a look at it and we're going to see, okay, user has the token, but is it valid? Did it already expired or not? Things like that. And once we understand that it is valid, we'll just say, okay, you can send the message to your friend. But if it is not valid, we'll just say, hey, it is invalid. Unfortunately, you cannot send the message. You are trying to cheat us. So I hope this makes sense. I think this is pretty simple once you understand the basics of it. We are creating the user and sending a token in the cookies basically. And when they send another request, we just check if they have the token and is it valid or not. And depending on that, we send a response. And we're going to see how to make this work in code, right? So first, we are not going to implement this, all right? So just ignore this for now. The first thing we would like to implement is this part where we handle the sign up, create the user, and generate the token, send it back to the user. Okay, sounds complicated, but it is actually pretty simple. So let's just see this in action. So let's visit authcontroller.js file. And the first thing I would like to do is just check if user's password is less than 6. If so, we're going to say 400, which stands for error message. And we're going to say your password should be at least 6 characters. But if it is longer than 6, or if it is equal to 6, you can move on with this line where we can create a user. So I'll just say await user, and we need to import this model. Let's go above, import user, let's say from the models. I think we should go one more up, right? We were in the controllers, so we went up, we are in the source, we'd like to go under the models. So let's say models slash user model.js. And we're going to say user.find1. First, we're going to check if a user exists with this email. So I'll just say find one with this email that user sends us. And let's make this to be async so that we can use await in it. Then we'll say if there is a user, just say email already exists. Just like this, and I'll make this to be uppercase. And again, this will be 400 status code. And now we would like to hash the password. So let's say, this is how you can do it. First, you need to create a salt. Let's say bcrypt, and we need to import it. Let's go above, import bcrypt, I'll say, from bcrypt.js. Okay, so I'll say bcrypt.gen salt, which stands for generate salt. And you can put a number, like 10 is the convention that we generally do, basically. And now that we have created the salt, we can hash the password. So we'll just say hashed password is going to be equal to await bcrypt.hash, the password of the user, right? This is the password of the user, hash it with this salt. Okay, so now if user sends us a password like this, we're going to take this and make it some gibberish that is not really readable, okay? And we're going to see this in action later in the video. Now let's create this new user. Let's say new user, this will be new user from this model, and we'd like to give the full name as the user sends us. We'd like to do the same thing for email, and for the password of this user, we'd like to use the hashed password, right? We don't really want to take the password and save it as it is. We don't really want to do this. Instead, we'd like to save the hashed password. And since this part and this part is the same, we can just shorten it like this. Okay, so we got the new user. Let's just say if we have it, that means it is success. We can run this part, but in the else case, looks like there is an error that we should send this 400 status code. So we would just say invalid user data. But now that we save the user to the database, we can generate JWT token here, right? Okay, so I don't really want to type everything here. Instead, I'll be creating a function to make my code base a little bit more clean. So source, I think under the lib, we can create the utils. I was going to create a different folder, but I'll keep it under the lib. Let's say utils.js. And I will have a function, let's say const generate token. And let's make this to be an arrow function, just like this. So to be able to generate a token, you're going to need an environment variable. So I'll just say JWT secret. And this should be kept as a secret in your server, basically. And let's just for now say my secret key. And in production, this should be something hard to debug or hard to find. But for now, let's just keep it simple and just say my secret key. And you can always update this later in the video, right? Or maybe at the end of this video, you get the point. All right, so to be able to generate a token, we need to take the payload. So I'll explain what that is. So we can take the user ID and we're going to take the response. And again, I'll explain once we build this function. So I'll just go here, inside of the function, we would like to create a token. So let's say const token. And for this, we're going to be using this package. Let's say import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, so this is that package that will allow us to handle the authentication. So I will say jwt.sign. This is how we can create a token. The first thing it takes is the payload. So this is how you can differentiate the user depending on the token. So if we put the user ID into this token, once we decode this, we can really see which user belongs to this token. I know this sounds complicated, but we're going to see this in action. Let's say the second one is the secret or private key, which we can grab it from the environment variables, from the .env file. So I'll say process.env. How did we call it? JWT secret it was. So I will try to copy this name, go here, just paste this in. And the very last one is the options, which is going to be an object. And I will say this is going to expire in 7 days. So you can just put 7D. Then we would like to send this in the cookies, as I said in this diagram. So send JWT token in cookies. Let's see how we can do it. Well, we'll just say res.cookies, or cookie it should be, I'm sorry, and you can give it a name. So this could be token, JWT, really anything. I'll just go with a JWT, and this is the token that we'd like to send. We just created it, and we can put some options to make it a little bit more secure. So this is going to be an object. Let's initialize it. So the first option is going to be the maximum age, and there we can see it says it should be in milliseconds. So you can't just really say 7D. Instead, I will say 7 days in milliseconds. This is how we can calculate it. And the other option that I would like to add is going to be HTTP only, and we're going to make this to be true so that this token is not accessible via JavaScript. So it is HTTP only. Basically, this prevents an attack called XSS, which stands for cross-site scripting attacks. If you wonder about this, you can just do some research, but just know that this makes it a little bit more secure because it is HTTP only at this point. One more thing, we'll just say same side to be strict, and again, this prevents this attack that you can take a look. I am not really an expert on this, so I'll just not pretend to be. And here we can add one more field called secure. And this would determine if this is HTTPS or HTTP. Since we are in localhost, this is going to be not secure, right? This S stands for secure. In production, this would be true. So we can just say process.env.node.env if this is not equal to development. So this basically says this is going to be true if we are in production. And let's go ahead and make this to be development. Let's say development. There we go. So since we are in development, this is going to be false. And finally, we can just say return the token. Alright, so this is the entire function, like about 15 lines of code where we are generating a token and then sending it to the user in a cookie, and specifically an HTTP only cookie. So it is a lot more secure. And this is going to live 7 days. After 7 days, it is going to expire. So user just have to log in once again, which is one of the best practices that you can use. You can even make this to be 1 day, but I think 7 days is just good to go. Let's save, and we're going to be calling this function with the user ID and then the response. So I'll go here under this if check. I would like to just say generate token. Let's call this function and just make sure you put .js at the end. Here I'll just say give the user ID, which is going to be new user _ID. As I said, this is how MongoDB stores it, not as ID, but _ID. Then we'd like to put the res, which is a response, so that it can send the cookie in the response. Then we'll just say await new user.save. So we just save the user to the database, and we can send a success message. Let's say res.status of 201, which means something has been created, JSON, and we would like to just send the user ID. Let's say new user _ID. We would like to send the full name, email, and profile pic. I would like to save us a little bit time, so I'll just paste this in. There we go. This should be good to go. And in the catch, let's try to handle this as well. I will just say error in signup controller and put the error message so that we can debug this easily, and a 500 status code that says something is broken in our part, right? This is a server error, so internal error. Let's save, and this should be good to go. So before we move any further, I would like to just test this endpoint to check if this function is working as expected, if it is saving the user to the database, hashing the password, and generating the token. To be able to test this out, we can use a desktop application called Postman. So I am in the free plan. You can install it for free as well. I will go ahead, just create a workspace. And to be able to make this work, you should be logged in. So I am already logged in, but there we go. Let's say create a workspace. I already have one called test, but let's just say a new one. It should be, let's say chat app tutorial, and let's say create. Okay, so from here we can create a collection. Let's say this is gonna be for the authentication, and we can add a request, which is gonna be for signing up, and it's gonna be a post method. Once you save with Control S, it should update here. Our endpoint is going to be http localhost 5001/API/auth/signup. And we'd like to send some data as a JSON. So raw and JSON. Let's just say we'd like to send the full name, and I'll just say John Doe. Let's send the email. I'll just say john@email.com, and let's just say password. So we should put at least 6 characters, but I'll just put 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we're gonna get an error or not. I'll save and then send it. Okay, here we can see bad request. Your password must be at least 6 characters. That means our code base is working as expected so far. Let's just delete everything, do not send anything. What is going to happen? I'll just send this once again. Okay, so we're still getting the same error. So I think if we put this correctly, I'll just put 456 and do not put this. Let's see what will happen. Okay, so here it says internal server error, but instead maybe we should say something like you should fill all the fields, right? So let's go into the VS Code. Oops, I'll just go back. Okay, so here I'll just add one more check. I'll say if there is not full name is being provided, or let's say if there is not email, or if there is not password, we're going to basically do the same thing. Okay, I'll just paste this. I'll say 400, and for the message, let's say all fields are required. Okay, let's save and give it a bit of space, then test this out. I'll send this. Now here it says all fields are required. Let's just put this correctly, john@email.com. Now everything is as expected. Let's send it. And there we go. User has been created in the database. Let's take a look at it. Just double check. I will refresh my database. Okay, ChatDB, and this is the user's collection that have been created. There is an underscore ID field. This has been created automatically, and these are the fields that we have just given. These are the timestamps that are being created. And here we can see password is being hashed. So it is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the database. It looks a lot more different so that it is hard to find it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And here it is users, even though we have called this as, like in the models, we just said it is user, but somehow Mongoose make it work so that it is being saved as users in the database. Alright, so this is how we can really test out the other endpoints. I will not be doing every one of them, but you can basically just say duplicate this or create it from scratch. So you can just add the login as well. You can do the same thing for logout. At the endpoint, enter your URL. In this case, this is going to be login, and you would send the body if it is needed. And if you take a look at it here under the cookies, we have a cookie called JWT, and here we can see it is HTTP only. It'll expire in 7 days, and it is not secure so far because we are in HTTP. If it was in production, this would be HTTPS, and this would be true. And I hope this makes sense. For the value, this is that JWT token that has been created. And if you click to it, you should be able to see the entire token. Alright, so this is just something to keep in mind. The Postman application, there is a bunch of different alternatives for this. But yeah, this is, I think, the most popular one out there. So with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and build the next function, which is going to be a login. So if you have been following along so far without any breaks, so you can basically just close everything, showing everything, take a deep breath, pause the video, take a 5-minute break, and come back to it, because this is what I'll be doing. Okay, so let's continue. I will go into the backend folder under the routes. In the auth routes, we have built the sign up. Now it is time to build login and logout. Let's start with the login route. So user will send us an email and the password. So we're gonna check if a user exists with this email, then we can just check if the password is correct. If so, we're gonna say, okay, you can log in, but else you cannot. So we'll just say invalid credentials. So let's just see how we can implement this. I will go here under the login, just delete this first. Let's say try and catch. Above the try, we can get the email and password from request.body, right? So I will go ahead and assign this to here and destructure it. So let's say email, and we're gonna get the password from user. Now what do we really want to do? Just check if this user existed in the database. So I'll say await user.find1, and we're gonna pass the email into it. And now here it says you cannot use await, but let's just say this is gonna be async. Okay, so this will find the user if there is. But if not, we'll say if there is not user found, then let's return out of this function with the status code of 404, or maybe just 400, I would say. And let's say JSON message. I will just say invalid credentials. So you don't really want to say like email not found, and for the password you don't really say password is incorrect. Instead, you just want to put a generic message so that if user is a malicious user, they wouldn't know which one they are passing wrong, right? So you shouldn't tell them either they are putting the email wrong or the password wrong. They should have no idea which one is incorrect. Okay, so with this in mind, but if user has, like if this email existed, we can just check if password is correct. So we're gonna say await bcrypt. Now password was hashed, right? So in the database, it looks something like this. We need to take this and actually compare it with the user's password. So we'll say bcrypt.compare. This is a method that we have. We'll just say compare this password with the user.password. So this is the one in the database, and this is the one that user sends us in the raw format. And this is going to be equal to a variable, which will be a boolean. Let's say is password correct. So this would be either true or false. If it is false, let's say is password not correct, then we can just send the exact same thing. We'll say invalid credentials. But if it is correct, then we can just generate token. Let's put the user ID as well as the response. And finally, we'll just say res.status of 200, and we're going to send the user data back to the client. So here I'll just say, again, underscore ID will be user.underscore ID. Same for the full name, email, and profile pic. So I'll just go ahead and paste this in so that we can really just save a bit of time. And in the catch, I will put a console log for like debugging, and then 500 status code internal error. So with this should be good to go. Let's finally build the logout, and then maybe we can test them out in the Postman. So if user is logging out, there is just one thing that we should be doing. Just clear out the cookies, right? That's it. So let's say try and catch. In the try, I'll say res.cookie. It should be double O. And the cookie name we gave was JWT. We're going to give this value of an empty string so that it has just been cleared out. And the maximum age right now is going to be 0. So it is going to be in this object. Let's say max age. If I can type correctly, just like this. Okay, it'll just expire immediately. And we can just say logged out successfully as the message with 200 code. Then we can just put a console log in the catch and internal error once again. Let me just try to copy it and paste it. There we go. So let's try to actually test them out pretty quickly. I think I am not running my backend, so I'll just cd into it and say npm run dev. Okay, so it is started and MongoDB connected. So let's visit Postman. I have signed up with this account previously, so let's try to log in. This is going to be a post method. Let me just save. It would update here. I will just grab everything here and delete the full name because we are trying to log in. I will put the wrong password. Okay, invalid credentials. Let's put the correct password but wrong email. Again, invalid credentials. But if we put both of them correct, this should log us in. Here we can see it is 200 of OK. And let's try to duplicate this. And this is going to be a logout. Again, post method, the endpoint is going to be logout. And for the body, we don't really need to send anything. Okay, so I'll just try to send this out. Log that successfully. And now we don't really have any cookies. So with that, everything is working as expected. So I'll just go back to the VS Code. Now there is one more route that we'd like to add under the authentication where we can really update our profile. So in the React application, later in the video, we're gonna build this profile page where user can update their profile image. We will fetch the full name and email address as well, but we are not going to allow the user to update those fields. They can only update their profile image. So with this in mind, let's try to build this page or the endpoint because we're in the API part, right? So I'll just say router.put method this time because there is something that we're updating. I'll just say update-profile. This is going to be my endpoint. And I will just call a function that would say update profile. Let's try to copy this name, go into the controller. Maybe we can just shrink every one of them. At the very end, let's say export const this async function where we'll have request and response, and you're going to do something inside. Okay, so we don't really want to call this function for every single user, right? They should be authenticated. So maybe we can protect this route, right? So we're going to say if user wants to update a profile, first we just need to check if they are logged in, if they are authenticated. If they are authenticated, then we can call the next function so that they can actually update the database, upload the image, things like that. And this is that middleware that I was talking in the previous sections. So let me just show you this diagram. Okay, so far we have built this part, and now it is time to build this one. So what you see here is going to be this function that we call protect route, because now user has been authenticated. They are going to send another request, and we just need to check if they have the token. If they have, we're going to validate it, and if it is valid, we will say, okay, you can update your profile, or you can send message, things like that. But if not, we're going to say error, right? So let's just try to build this. And as I said, everything that you see here is going to be basically this function where we just say protect route. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this one. This is going to be under the middleware. And since this is related to authentication, I'll just say auth.middleware.js file. And like, I think you can call this as protect route as well, but this is the name that I'll be going with. So since we want to validate the token, we're gonna need this package JWT from JSON Web Token, and we will also need the user model because this is related to authentication, right? So it's related to users as well. And if you take a look at it, this is the import that we have. I will have this function, let's say export const protect route async request and response. Now it is time to get the next function as well. So as I said, this next function is going to be calling this next thing, right? If this is done successfully, we can call this one. So we're going to see how this works. Let's have a try and catch. First, we'll just check if there is a token or not. So let's try to grab it. I'll say request.cookies.jwt, and I will assign this into this token variable. So why do we call this as a JWT? It is because this is how we called it here when we create it, right? So if you call this something like X, then you would go ahead, grab it as X, but it is a JWT. So let's just say if there is not a token provided, we can just say unauthorized no token provided with 401 message or the status code. And if there is token, we can just check if it is valid or not. But before we do anything else, to be able to grab the token from the cookies, we're going to use this package called cookie parser. So I will go into the index.js and configure it pretty quickly. I'll say import cookie parser from this package. And here we can basically set this up, app.use cookie parser call this. Okay, so this will basically allow you to parse the cookie. Yeah, that's it. It'll just allow you to parse the cookies, right? So you can grab the values out of it. If there is not token, we handle this case. But if there is a token, we just need to decode it. Because if you remember, let me just show this. So when we log in, we got this kind of a token where we can't really understand anything, but there is some information into it, such as the user ID. So we can actually try to decode it and grab that user ID. Now, why is it user ID? Because this is what we put into the token, right? This is the payload. So I will just say const decoded, and we'll say JWT verify. We are going to verify this token from the cookies with this private key where we had process.env.jwt secret. This is the secret that we use to be able to create a token. So to be able to decode it, we should we should be using the exact same secret. Otherwise, it is not going to work. So we'll say if this decoded is a falsy value, that means it is invalid. So again, I'll just say unauthorized, but at this time, token is invalid. Okay, so if we can pass this if check as well, we can basically try to find the user in the database. So let's say const user, we'll just say await user dot find by ID, and we're going to pass the user ID. Inside the decoded token, we have this user ID field. This is what we set it up, right? Then we will just select everything from the user, but except the password. So I'll just say deselect basically. This is how we can do it, minus the password field. We don't really want to send the password back to the client, so it wouldn't be secure. And just one more check, just to make our code a little bit more robust. We'll say if there is not user found, we can basically send 404. Most of the time, this is not going to be called, but let's just make our code a little bit more robust and clean. Okay, so if we just passed everything, that means now user is authenticated. So we can add this user field to the request, which is this user that we got in the database. And we're going to call the next function. Okay, so if user is authenticated, add the user to the request, then call the next function. In this case, it is going to be update profile. And we're going to be using this protect route middleware in a bunch of different places. In the catch, we can just console log this. So I think I'll just copy it and paste it to save a bit of time. And then here we can just say 500 internal error. Okay, so this is the entire function that we have. Let's try to import it. Let's do it manually. So let's try to import this one as well and save this. Okay, so now if we want to update our profile, first we're going to check if we are authenticated. If so, we can call the next function where we'll be basically implementing this functionality. And to be able to update our profile image, we need a service so that we can upload our images into. And this is going to be Cloudinary. So I'll just go ahead and visit cloudinary.com. They have a free plan that we can use. So I'll just try to log in with my account. So once you log in, you would need to visit the dashboard from the sidebar. And there is this cloud name that we'll be using. So let's try to copy it and paste it into our .env file. I'll just say cloudinary underscore, I think cloud name, and then just paste the value. And we're going to get the API key as well as the API secret. So I'll just have them as empty for now. And let's try to grab those. Oops, I think I should go back. So under the settings, we're going to go into the API keys section. So it should be at the very top. And I would like to create a new one. So I will just put this email confirmation code in a second. So this is what I got. Let me just try to copy it and paste it. I will copy the API key and then the secret. So don't try to use mine because I will delete them before I publish this video. While you're watching, they're going to be invalid. Okay, so this is not something that you should be keeping as a secret, but this should be secret, right? As you can tell from the name, I would say just put all of them into your .env file, so they would just not be exposed anyways. And we already have this package called Cloudinary, so let's go ahead and try to configure it under the lib. So I'll just say cloudinary.js file, and here we'd like to basically write 10 lines of code. The first thing we'd like to do, import the Cloudinary from the package. So this is how we can do it. They have a variable called v2, and we would like to call this as Cloudinary because the v2 doesn't really make too much sense, right? So let's say from Cloudinary package, and we would like to also get the config from the .env. So I'll just say import from, let's say .env, we can get the config function. So we can destructure it and we'll be calling it here, let's say config, so that we can access these environment variables. All right, so let's say cloudinary.config, and we're gonna put this object with 3 different fields where we have cloud name, let's say cloud name, and this is gonna be the value that we have in the environment variables. So I'll just paste this in, process.env cloudinary cloud name, and here you can see there's also API key. Let's do the same thing. So I'll just type this out. So cloudinary API key, and finally we're gonna put the API secret. Okay, just like this, and we can go ahead, export default this cloudinary instance so that we can use it later in the video in these different files. Let's say export default cloudinary. Looks like I can't type at all, but there we go. So this is the entire configuration that we would need, just 10 lines of code, and once we upload images, we'll be able to see them in the cloudinary bucket. So let's visit the update profile function and try to implement it. Now I will try to shrink the left hand side and try to build this function. So I will have a try catch, and when user wants to update their profile image, first they need to send us, right? So we're gonna say profile pic, grab this from the request.body, and we need to check which user this is, right? So I'll just say request.user._id. And now we can actually access to this user under the request. It is because this function has been protected, right? So we are calling the next function inside this one, and here we have added the user into the request, right? So I hope this makes sense. Now from the request, we can still access to the user, which is this current user that we have with the token, and we can access their ID. So this is going to be equal to this user ID variable. Okay, this is possible once again with the help of this protect route function. So we'll just say if there is not profile pic provided, we can just send a 400 error code. Let's just say I'll try to copy it. Let's say 400 status code profile pic is required. Otherwise, you cannot move forward. But if you have provided, we can basically try to upload it to the cloudinary. So I'll just say cloudinary. Let's try to import it from this location. Let's say we're going to go one up under the lib where we have this file. Let's say cloudinary.uploader.upload. And we would like to just pass the profile pic. This will go ahead and upload it to cloudinary, which is going to give us a response. I will call this as upload response, just like this. Then we can update the user in the database, because when you think about it, cloudinary is not our database. It is just a bucket for our images. We have uploaded the image. We need to update the profile pic in the database for this user. So I'll just say const updated user, which is going to be equal to user.findById and update. Let's find the user with their ID, and the field that we'd like to update is going to be under this object, profile pic, and we'll say upload response.secure URL. This is a field that cloudinary gives you back. And now once since we have updated the user, we would like to get the updated user. So let me just show you what I mean. I'll just pass this new equal to true, and if you hover over this tells you by default find one and update returns the document as it was before the update. But if you set it to be true, it'll give you the latest object right after the update being applied. I hope this makes sense. So this is the updated user object, and we'd like to send this with this status code of 200 JSON let's say updated user. Okay, in the catch, we'll just say console log error in update profile controller, as well as internal error. Okay, so now we can't really test this out in Postman because we need to upload the image. Like, I think there must be a way to do it with the form URL encoded, but I'll just leave it for the front-end section and we'll just test this out to just see if this is going to work or not. But I have already tested this out previously before I recording this video, so I just know it is going to work. We will have this kind of a UI. We will click this button and select an image from our machine and it would update the UI as well as the database. So with this in mind, there is just one last endpoint that we'd like to create for authentication, which is going to be a get method. So I'll just say router.get and we'll just say /check. This will check if user is authenticated or not. Let's say protect route and we will call this check auth function. So if user is not authenticated, we are not going to call this function, but if it is authenticated, we can call the next function. So let's just try to create it. This will be really simple. So I'll just shrink those. Let's say export const the name of the function, and let's just say async, or we don't really even need to make this to be async. I'll get the request and response, and this will be like 3 or 4 lines of code that I would like to grab it and just paste it. So we'll say just send the user back to the client. This will give you the authenticated user, right? And in the catch, we can just say error in check auth controller. I will go ahead and try to import it. There we go. So we're going to be calling this function whenever we refresh our application, right? Let's say we are in the profile page. If we refresh our page, we just need to check if user is authenticated. Depending on that, we're going to take them either to the profile page or to the login page. So let's just test this out actually in the Postman. I'll go here. Let's just try to just duplicate this one, make this to be a get method. API auth check, and we don't need to send any body, so let's say none. Let's just send this. Okay, so this is the user that has been authenticated, and let's try to log out. Once again, I'll be calling this endpoint, and let's just say check auth like this. This is a get method. Let's try to send it. Okay, so here it says unauthorized, no token provided. But after I log in, if I send this request, it should give me the user. So here it says you are authenticated, right? 200 with like 200 OK status code. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the authentication routes. In the next section, we're gonna build the same thing, but for messages. So I'll see you there. So let's move on with the message routes. The first thing I'd like to do is just create the message model so that we can use it later in our controllers. I'll just say message model.js and I'll try to paste this in and then I'll just walk you through it. It is just 30 lines of code and we have done the similar thing in the user model. So first we create the schema and then create the model and we can just export it. So let's see what fields going to be in the message schema. So each message will have a sender ID, a receiver ID, text, and image. So sender ID is going to be a reference to the user model because as we can tell, a sender will be a user and receiver will also be a user and they has to be required. So we just say required true for the receiver and for the sender. Reference to the user model and type is going to be an object ID. So this is basically just tells to MongoDB that receiver ID and sender ID will be a reference to the user model. And the text and image will be type of string, but they are not going to be required because some messages could be only text or only image, or they could be both. So none of them will be required. Timestamps would be true so that we can show the created at for the message. So it would take the hour, let's say 12:10 p.m. I don't know, right? So this is what we are doing, creating the model and export this one. So that's gonna be it for the model file. we'd like to go ahead and duplicate this one so that we can really have this endpoint for messages. And we would like to call the message routes file. So I will try to duplicate this one, say message routes, which is going to be coming from this file. Let's try to create it. Okay, so here the very first thing we would like to do, let's just have the boilerplate. I'll shrink the left hand side. Let's say express from express. We would like to create the router. Let's say router express that router, and then just export default this one, just like we have done in the user route.js file. Okay, so now we can add our endpoints or our methods. So the first thing I'd like to do is just have this get method for the users so that I can see the users on the sidebar. Let me just show you this image. Okay, so this is the demo application that we're going to have. On the left hand side, on the sidebar, we are fetching users, right? So this is going to be this endpoint. Get method to users, and this should be protected. So not everyone can call this function, only if you're authenticated. And let's just add .js at the end. And for the function name, I'll just say get users for sidebar. Okay, let's try to open this up, go into the controllers and create this message.controller.js file. And what you'd like to do is just create this function first. Let's say export const this async function where I'll be taking the request and response, and we're going to do something inside. Let's try to import this, save, and save this one as well. Now this is not being highlighted as purple, so what you can do, just delete this with Ctrl X and then bring this back with Ctrl Z. Now it has been highlighted in the same way. Okay, so let's try to build this function. So what do we really want to do in this function? Well, basically we just want to fetch every single user, but not ourselves. We don't really want to see ourselves in the context list. So let's just try to implement this. I will have a try catch block, and I'll just say, give me the logged in user ID. And how can we grab this? Well, basically we can just say request.user._ID, because this route has been protected. That means we can grab the user from the request, and we just got the ID. Let's say const filtered users, and I would like to get this model. Let's say user model, and this should be .js, otherwise it's going to crash. Let's say find, and we would like to first find the, just add our filters. So we're going to say find all the users where ID is not equal to the current user's ID. So let's just type this in and I'll try to explain once again. So let's say not equal to logged in user ID. So this basically tells to Mongoose, you should find all the users, but do not find the currently logged in user, right? And we would like to fetch everything except the password, because we don't really want to send the password back to the client. Even though it is hashed, we still don't want to do it as the best practice, right? Okay, let's say res.status 200 JSON, and we're going to just send the filtered users. And in the catch, we can put a console log for debugging purposes, and then the status of 500. Okay, so sometimes I just paste those because this is not really too much important and I don't want to waste any time by typing this out. I hope it is not annoying. So that's gonna be it for the very first function. If you really want to, you can test this out. This should be working already. The next endpoint is going to be get messages between two users. So let's say I click to this conversation. I should be able to see my message history, right? We're gonna get it from the very first one to the very last one created in the chronological order, I would say. Let's try to make this work. I will create my endpoint. Let's try to just say router.get, and we're gonna put an ID. And this is gonna be the user ID that we'd like to fetch our messages with, right? So again, this will be a protected route, and we're gonna call this getMessages function. So let's try to create it now. So I will visit message controller.js. Let's try to create it. Export const get messages, async, request and response, and let's try to import it before we move forward. Okay, so this is going to be again a simple function where we have a try and catch block. So we are putting some dynamic value. How can we grab this? Well, we can just say request.params and we can just destructure it. I will just say ID. Now, why do we say ID? This is because what we have called it, right? If this was IDX, then this would be IDX as well. But this would be ID. And I would like to actually rename this to be user to chat ID so that my code is a little bit more better to read, right? It's a little bit more clean. Okay, so I'll go ahead, just format this a little bit. Then let's say give me the sender ID, which is my ID. So I can say request.user._ID, the currently authenticated user, right? And we're going to find, like, we would like to find some messages. So let's say messages, await message model that we would like to import. Looks like it does not give me by default. So I'll just go ahead, duplicate this, say message coming from this file, message model.js, and we'll say message.find, and we would like to put some filters. So I will say find all the messages where either I am the sender or the other user is the sender, right? So let's just see how we can make this work. I will say, or this is going to be an array, just like this. We will say we would like to have this object, which is going to be our filter. So I'll just say sender ID is equal to this sender ID, and receiver ID is equal to this user to chat ID, or the vice versa. Basically, I can just say sender ID is equal to user to chat ID, or receiver ID is equal to sender ID. So I think we can update this name to be a bit more clean and readable. Currently, like, what is sender ID, right? I'll just say my ID. Let's try to update all of these. Let's say my ID and here as well. Okay, so now it is a lot more readable. Basically, we say find all the messages where sender is me and receiver is the other user, or if sender is the other user and if I am the receiver, right? So this will go ahead and find all the messages between both of us. Then we can just say status of 200, where we would like to return all the messages. So let's say this should be .json messages. And in the catch, as always, let's try to put a console log and 500 status code. To be able to handle these errors, you can put, like, you can create a different middleware, but I think I'll just keep it a bit more simple and just go with this approach. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this function as well, where we can just get messages between two different users. One of them is us, the other one is whichever the user that we would like to, like, we just pass in the endpoint, right? Then the next endpoint, which is gonna be the very last one, to just have this post method that we can send messages. So let's say /send, and then the user ID that we would like to send the message to. Let's say protect route. Again, this should be protected, otherwise unauthenticated users could also send messages, which we don't really want this to happen. So we'll say send message, call this function, but we don't have it. So let's try to create it at the very end. This is going to be an async function where we take request and response and do something inside. Okay, so when we want to send a message, this message could be either a text or it could be an image. So let's try to keep this in mind while building it. I will have a try catch block. And the first thing we would like to do, grab the text and image from the request.body. And we can grab the receiver ID from the request.params. And again, I am just getting the ID, then rename it to be receiver ID to make my code a little bit more clean. Then I'll just have the sender ID, which is me. Then I would like to just check if user is passing an image or not. So I'll just say let image URL. This will be undefined at first. We're going to say if user sends us the image, then we can upload it to the Cloudinary. This is what we have done previously as well. This would basically upload the image and give us a response. Then we will take that secure URL and assign it to this image URL, like image URL variable, because we'll be using it right now. So now that we have handled this image case, we would like to create the message. So I'll say const new message and create the new message where the sender ID is us, receiver ID, text, and image is going to be this image URL if there is one in the Cloudinary, right? Okay, so either this would be undefined or it would be the actual value if we have uploaded it. Then we can save this. We'll say await new message dot save. So later in the video, we will implement real-time functionality here. So I'll just add a to-do. Let's say real-time functionality goes here, which will be happen with the help of Psych.io. But for now, I'll just leave it as a to-do so that it is not getting any more confusing. And we'll just say res.status of 201, which means a resource has been created. And we can just say send this new message back to the client. And again, in the catch, we can just say error in sent message controller, then the internal error. Oops. Let me just fix this. Okay, just like this. This is the entire function that we have. We got the text and then the image from the request.body. We find the receiver ID, sender ID, which is our ID. Then we just check if user is uploading an image and then create the message, save it to the database, and send a response back. Later, we will implement Psych.io in this line. And with that, that's gonna be it for the message routes as well. If you really want to, you can test them out in the Postman. I will not be doing this. I'll just move forward. So we have built most of the things that we would need for the backend. In the next section, we're gonna build the React application where we just have a boilerplate. We're gonna build the UI where we can really have the login and sign up pages. Then we'll implement the authentication. Then we'll just move forward. So I'll see you in the next section. So let's move on with the React application. I will go ahead and open up my terminal and I'll just make sure that server is up and running. So let's cd into this and say npm run dev. So this should connect to the database and make the server up and running. Now let's cd into the front end and we're going to be installing a bunch of different packages. So let's say cd front end, and I would like to get the React router DOM so that we can have this paging and routing in place. Then I would like to get React hot toast to show some notifications. So I'll just install both of these, and the next step would be to initialize TailwindCSS. So let's go ahead and just say TailwindCSS Vite, and we should be able to visit this one. Let me just try to zoom in like this. Okay, so we have already created a React application, so we can skip this step and copy this thing, go back to VS Code under the front end. We're gonna go ahead and paste this in, and let's just run this. So it will go ahead and initialize the Tailwind CSS. The next step is going to be, let's see, we're gonna go ahead and copy this, paste it under the Tailwind config.js file. So I'll just go back. I have this file, delete everything, and then just paste this in. Then the next step is going to be take those and put it into the index.css. So under the source, we have index.css. We can just delete everything, paste this in, and we don't really need the app.css, so I'll just delete this file. Let's delete everything in app.jsx. I will be using this boilerplate code. Let's just say hello and this should be working out. So in your case, if this RAFC does not work, that means you don't have this extension. Okay, so it should be this one. This is what I'm using to be able to get this snippet. Okay, so I'll save, and I think this should be good to go. So we can just test out some Tailwind CSS classes like text red 500. And if you're not able to get this auto suggestion, you can get this extension called Tailwind Intelligence. Okay, it is this one that I am using. So let's save and try to run the front-end application. So I'll just clear up the terminal and just say npm run dev. Let's command click to it. Okay, so it looks like Tailwind CSS is working. Text is in the red color, right? So on top of Tailwind CSS, I'd like to use Daisy UI, which has a bunch of built-in components that we can use to be able to really speed up the process. So let's say how to use, and you can take a look at the components as well. Let's just see, like they have some, like for example, they have skeleton that you can use. This is the HTML code, this is the JSX code, and there is like input. And you can just get the entire code, copy it and paste it, it should be working out. And the logic is basically they have the class name and they have added a bunch of different styles on top of it. So you don't need to give like 2 lines of Tailwind CSS classes. Instead, it is just input and they will handle everything. And there are a bunch of different themes, so you can always switch between those. And we will build this kind of a theme provider into our application. But this is going to be a bit later in the video. I think we just got the point. Let's go into the installation and grab this thing and paste it into our terminal. Okay, so first I'll just kill this, clear my terminal under the front end, just paste this in. And then let's see what is the next step. They say import this Daisy UI in the Tailwind config.js file. So they are using require syntax, but instead I'll be using import. So it is the same thing basically. Let's go here, just say import Daisy UI from Daisy UI, give it a space. Then under the plugins, we can add this in. And now we can again start our application. So let's visit our application, and here we can see like the theme has already been applied. By default, it is dark mode in my case, but if in your case it is still light mode, that's fine. We're going to fix it later in the video. Okay, so let's just make sure that any component is working. Let's just say, give us a button. I will just copy this entire code and paste it to VS Code under the app.jsx. Okay, let's save. And this is the output. There we can see it is just working without any issues. So let's start by implementing the React Router DOM. I will go into app.jsx, visit main.jsx, and wrap everything with browser router to allow my application to use the React Router components, right? So let's try to import this one. Automatically, it doesn't give us. So let's say import. It will be coming from React Router DOM. So now we can build our routes. The first thing I'll be doing, maybe just delete everything and just create my routes. So I'll just have a div at the top. We'll be using this later to give our theme, but for now, just do not give any classes or anything. Let's say at the top of our every page, we would like to see a navbar component. Let's say navbar, and let's try to create it. And we can delete these assets. We don't really need them. Under the source, we're going to have components folder as well as the pages. So let's start with the navbar component. This is going to be JSX, not TSX, because we're using JavaScript. Alright, I'll save and let's try to import it now. Below the navbar, we can put our routes. So let's import the routes. Oops, I'll just go here, import it manually. routes coming from React Router DOM, and we'll also need something we called as route to give specific routes. Okay, so under the routes, the first route that I will have is going to be the homepage. This is a self-close tag. Let's say path. If we visit homepage, show the homepage component. So instead of this div, I will just say, let me delete everything. I'll say homepage, and we're going to import this in a second. Let's duplicate this. So one for sign up, login, and settings, as well as the profile page. Let's update them. Sign up route. We would like to see the sign up page component. Now let's do the same thing for login. If we visit /login, we would like to see login page component. And I'll be doing the same thing, let's say for settings page, as well as the, let's say, profile page. And let's fix the path. So this is going to be /profile, and this is going to be /settings. Let's try to create all these pages under the pages folder. So let's say sign up page.jsx. Okay, save this, and let's try to create the home page. Let's do the login page. You can speed this up if you really wanted to, but I think I'll just leave it in the video instead of cutting it. Let's finally get the settings page. .jsx pretty quickly, and the last one is going to be the profile page. .jsx. I'll just delete everything, say RAFCE, save it, and with Ctrl W you can close this file. Let's try to import all of them. Looks like I cannot get it automatically, so I'll just say import home page from pages and home page. Let's do the same thing for sign up page, login, and the rest. Let's test this out. I'll go ahead and visit Chrome. So in every single page, we can see the navbar component at the top. This is the home page. Let's visit the login. There we can see. I will not be doing the same thing for all of them, but as you can see, it is working as expected. So we're going to start with the sign up page component, which would look like this. So we're going to have the navbar at the top, where we can visit the settings page only if you are not authenticated, and we'll be able to see this left hand side and right hand side. This is going to be just a skeleton that will just make a little bit more cool, right? This will be a decoration. Then we'll have three different input elements: full name, email, and password. When we click to this, password would be revealed, so it would be type of text. But if we toggle this off, this is going to be type of password. Then with a button and then a link, that would take us to the login page, which would look like this. So it is really similar, where we just have two input elements and a button, as well as a link that takes us back to the sign up page. Okay, so let's try to build the sign up page first, then we'll build the let's say the login page. And before we write any code for this, what I really want to do, install Axios. So I'll not be using the fetch API, right? I'll not be doing this. Instead, I'll be using Axios because it is a lot more convenient, and we're going to see why. So I'll just open up my terminal. Okay, so this is too much zoomed in, but let's see. I will open up a new one, cd into the front end, and I'll just say npm install Axios, as well as the Zustand. So if you have never used Zustand, it will be the global state management solution that we're going to be using, and I think you'll see how to use it just in a second. Okay, we got both of them. Let's try to initialize Axios. Under the source, I will create a folder called lib, and I'll just have axios.js file. And here basically we would like to create an instance that we can use throughout our application. And let's just see how we can make this work. Import Axios from the Axios package, and we'll just have a variable which is going to be Axios instance. And we can just say axios.create. This will take an object, and we'd like to put our base URL, which is localhost 5001. This is my port that I have up and running /API, right? And then we would like to send our cookies in every single request. So I'll just say with credentials is going to be true. Okay, so this is how you can send the cookies in every single request. So let's save, and this should be good to go. Now we can go ahead and use this Axios instance in every single place throughout our application. So let's say instance, we can use the get method, post method, put, delete, we get the point. So now let's save this file, and you might be asking, what's up with the Zustand? So it will be, as I said, the global state management library. So let's say we are gonna need a state for authenticated user. So we would like to use it in homepage, sign up page, login page, and maybe in the profile page as well. So instead of creating it here and passing it to every one of them one by one, what we can do is just create it in one place and use it in those pages. So I know this does not make too much sense, but we're gonna get there. So let's say create a store folder, and then inside I would like to create a store for the authentication. So I'll just say use auth store.js file, and here we can have a bunch of different states and functions that we can use in different components, right? So let's just see how we can make this work. I will just shrink the left hand side. Let's say import create from Zustand, and we would like to just say export const use auth store, which is going to be calling this create function, and this takes as the first argument as a callback function where we would like to return an object. Okay, so this is how you type this out, and this object is going to be our initial state, and we can get a function called set. So this is the setter function that we'll be using. Okay, so let's say initially the auth user state will be null because we don't really know if user is authenticated or not. We will check for it. And we might want to have a loading state for this. So I'll just say is checking auth. Initially, this is going to be true because as soon as we refresh our page, we will start to check if this user is authenticated or not. So before we do anything else, I just want to show you how we can use these states in random components. So let's go ahead and use this one in app.jsx. So I'll just go here, say use auth store. The first thing I need to do is call this hook, and from here we can destructure that state. So auth user. So that's it. This is how we can use it. So let's say I want to go into the components, into the navbar, and just do the exact same thing. Well, basically I can copy this, paste this, import this one, and there we go. This is how I can use this state. So let's say in the profile page, you can do the same thing. So this is really convenient. All you have to do is just call the hook and destructure the state or the function, whatever that is, and just grab that value and use it. So just keep this in mind. This is the main reason why we are doing this, right? So just create it in one place and use it in any other components that we would need. Okay, so I'll just leave it here because we're going to be using it in app.jsx. So let's try to build this file. And in the authentication store, I will have a bunch of different loading states. So let's say is signing up. This is going to be false initially. So we'll have the same thing for logging in. So I'll just say is logging in. And this will also be false. Let's say also is updating profile. So these are the states that we'll be using. For now, just ignore them. As we use them, this will make a lot of sense. So the first one that we're interested is this one. When we refresh our page, right, for a second, we would like to just check if this user is authenticated or not. And while it is checking, we can just show a loading spinner in the middle of the screen, right? So let's try to create a function for this to check auth. So let's say check auth. And we already have an endpoint for this, right? So let's say this is going to be an async function where we would like to have a try and catch block. So let's just go here. Under the try, we would like to send a request to our endpoint. And for this, we had, let me show this pretty quickly. Under the auth routes, we have this check endpoint, which is under, let's say, API auth / check, and it is a get method. So let's just see how we can send this. I will say const response, and we're gonna call this Axios instance. And I think I have a typo, so I'll just first auto accept this. So we're going to send a get request to /auth / check. And why don't we just put localhost / API before to this? It is because in the Axios file, we already implemented this, right? So we are always building on top of this as if this is already here, right? So we just say /auth, and assuming this is already here because it is in our base URL. And I have a typo. This should be Axios instance. So let's try to import this here in this file, Axios instance from here. There we go. Now this is going to give us a response back where we can set our auth user state with it. So we can just say set auth user state with the response.data. And in the catch, that means user is not authenticated. We can set this with the null. So let's say this is going to be null. And finally, we can set the loading state to be false as well. So set is checking auth gonna be false. So with this should be good to go. For debugging purposes, we can put error in check auth and just console log the error. Let's try to call this function as soon as we visit our application, which is gonna be under app.jsx. So let's say check auth. Do I have a typo? This should be check auth. Okay. And we can call this in a use effect as soon as our application starts. So I will just leave it like this. I'm not gonna put anything. Let's say call the check auth function. Here it says you should put the function inside, otherwise I will warn you. So let's put this in, and we can console log the auth user. Okay, so probably we're gonna get an error that says course error, right? So I'll refresh, open up the terminal. Okay, so we got the course error and we can see the state, it is null. So let's try to fix this course error because we are trying to send a request from the front end to the backend, which is on a different port. So we just need to handle this. I will go into the backend folder where we have this index.js, and we would like to install course and configure it pretty quickly. I will open up a new terminal. So this is an empty terminal, cd into the backend, just say npm install course. There we go. Let's try to import it from course, and we can just set this up here. app.use course, we can put the origin, which is the React application, localhost 5173, and we can get the credentials to be true as well. So I think we should be able to get this auto suggestion, I was going to say, but why can't we get it? Okay, because this should be under an object. So first, this takes an object, okay, and then you can put your fields. Like if you press Control space, here we can see we have the origin, which is going to be 5173, and we say allow the cookies or authorization headers to be sent with the request. Okay, so this is what we're doing. Let's go ahead and try to test this out once again. I'll refresh. Now we don't have the course error, but here we can see it says 401 unauthorized, right? So let's say response data, it says no token provided, which is correct. We have not signed in yet, right? So let's try to make this work. We're gonna go here into the sign up page where we can really implement this logic. And before we go there, I think we can add a loading state into this app.jsx while it loads. So I will go ahead, just say maybe after this console log, I'll say if is checking auth, and we need to import this state from the hook, and we'll just say if you are checking and if there is not auth user yet, then we can return this loading part. So I will just paste this in, and this should be checking auth. Okay, we have a loader icon coming from a package. Let's try to import it. This will be Lucid React. So under the backend, let's go up, cd into the front end. I'll say npm install lucid-react. These are going to be for the icons. And now we should be able to import it. Let's say import like loader from Lucid React. Okay, let's save, and I'll just make this to be true so that we can see the output for a second. Okay, this is what we're gonna see while it loads, which will take even less than a second. So let's see if we can see it. I'll refresh, like just for a split second we can see it, then it loads and understands that user is not logged in, so it just renders the application. So what we can do is just say if there is auth user, then they can see the home page, but if they are not authenticated, they should be navigated to login page, right? So we can do the same thing here, but let's check this out. If I try to go to the home page, I am not logged in, so it will take me to the login page immediately. There is no way that I can see the home page. Let's do the same thing for these. We'll just say if there is authenticated user, take them to the settings page, and else navigate them to the login page. But I would like to have the settings page open to everyone, so I will not going to protect this. Okay, but I would like to do this for the profile page as well. Let's say else navigate to the login page. And one more thing, if user is logged in, they shouldn't be able to see the sign up page or login page. So I will say if there is not auth user, then they can see the sign up page, but else they should be navigated to the home page. So I'll just do the exact same thing for this one. Okay, so with this, now our routes have been protected. Let's try to build the sign up page now, which is going to be looking like this. We will have 3 different input elements, a button, a link, and then a right hand side. So let's just try to build it step by step. So I will keep a state for this show password thing, okay, for that button. Let's go here. I would like to make it to be false initially. Show password, set show password, and use state. Let's try to import it. Then I would like to have one more state for the form data, where we can store the full name, email, and password. Initially, they all will be empty strings. Then we can have a function from the auth store. So just like this one, we can have a function called signup that is going to take some data in. I'll just take this as data, and we can do the signup logic. And we have a state for this as well. So while this is true for the button, we can show something like loading, right? So instead of this, we're going to make it disabled, and we'll say loading ... So this is that state. That's why we need this. So let's try to import the signup and that state for the loading from the useAuth store. And I would like to have a function to be able to validate my form. And I think I'll just leave it like this for now. Let's say validate form. So if user doesn't put every single field, we'll just return some errors, like full name is required, email is required, things like that. And we'll have one more function, so I'll duplicate this, and this is going to be, as you can tell, for the handle submit, where we'll be taking the event and prevent the default so that it does not refresh the page. Let's say prevent default and call the function. If I can type, let's say default. Okay. So let's try to build the UI, then we will implement these functions. So the first thing I'll have, let's just delete this. Let's say class name, minimum height of screen. This is going to have a grid larger screens and above, this would be grid columns of 2. And we shouldn't have any spaces here. Okay, so we're gonna have a left hand side and the right hand side, right? So let's just say left side of the form, or I'll just leave it as left side, which will be a div with these classes. Let's say flex column, justify centered. It will have item centered, padding of 6, smaller screens and above. We can increment the padding, just double it basically. Then we'll have one more div, which will be this width of full, maximum width of medium, space y of, let's say, 8. Then we'll like to go inside, have our logo on the inside. So I don't really want to type this out. This is just UI, nothing logic at all. So I will go ahead import this icon coming from Lucid React, and this is the UI. So I can just even give a comment. I'll just say logo, and below the logo we would like to have the form. So this is where the logo ends. Let's go below to it. Let's say form. And by the way, you can just copy this and paste it just like me from the GitHub repo if you visit the signup page.jsx. We are not going to have any actions, but instead we would have on submit, where we'll be calling the handle submit function. And this is going to take just one class, space y of 6, let's say. Then inside the form, we will have our inputs. And for the inputs, I'll be using some Daisy UI classes. So I'll just go ahead and have my very first input, which will be the full name. So it is about 10 lines of code that I just pasted. Let me just walk you through it. We are importing this user icon, we are having a label and an input which is type of text with these classes with a placeholder, and when we change the when we type this in, it is going to update the full name in the state, and we are giving the value coming from the state. Let's just save and take a look at the UI, and I think I will save this one as well. Okay, let's visit the signup page. Let's go back to the /signup. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Let me just zoom in a bit. Okay, below to it, we would like to have 2 more inputs. So after this form control, we will have basically almost the exact same thing with some differences. Let's just paste it. We are going to put this mail icon with a bunch of different classes where we have an email and input type of email with a placeholder, and when we type this, when we type into it, it would update the email state. And after this, we would like to have the password field. This is going to be a bit different because we just need to keep track of this state, if it is going to be type of password or text, depending on this button, right? And I didn't save this, that's why we cannot see it. So once I save, we should be able to see this output. Okay, so after this one, I would like to grab this very last form control. I will be copying it and pasting it, then walk you through it. Instead of just typing all of this, I think we don't really need to waste that much time. Okay, so this is what I have just pasted. So we have a label that says password. We have this log icon, and we have an input element. If we are showing the password, type is going to be text, but otherwise it's going to be password. We have this placeholder with some classes, and we are updating the password state. And in the button, depending on the state, we're going to see different icons. So let's save, take a look at the UI. I'll just type something in. If I press this one, I can see it because it is type of text. Now it is password. Okay, let's go back, and we would like to have a button where we would like to just show some text. Again, this is going to be dynamic. So after the form control, I believe, so just above the form, paste this in, and you can grab all of them, as I said, from the GitHub repo. This button is a type of submit with these classes. It is going to be disabled while we are signing up. So while this state is true. And if it is true, we're going to see this loading text with the icon, and else we're going to see this create account button. And at the very end, we would like to have a link. This would take us to the login page. So after the form, I will paste this in, grab the link from React Rotterdam, not from the Lucid React. And I think we can save this. Take a look at the output. If I click to this, I am in the login page. I can go back and it is working as expected. So on the right hand side, we would like to have this kind of like the decorator, right? So let's just try to build it in VS Code. After this div, so after all these 3 divs, we would like to have the right side. And this is going to be a component that I will create and just say auth image pattern. So we'll be using this in 2 different places. So I would like to make this to be reusable. So this will take a title. Let's say this will say join our community. And for the text or the subtitle, I will copy this and paste it. So let's try to create this under the components. So let's say auth image pattern.jsx. This is completely style, right? This is like there is no logic at all. That's why I will copy it and paste it. This is about 20 lines of code that you can grab from the GitHub repo in this file. Now here we have some warnings from ESLint that says you should be using prop types, but I don't really want to use it. So what I'll be doing, copy this and turn this off in ESLint. So let's go here under the rules. I will just paste this in and I'll say React prop types is going to be turned off. Now we don't really get that warning. Let's try to import this. Let's do it manually. I'll just go here, import auth image pattern. It was from the components from this file. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay, this is what we can see. It has this kind of like skeleton feeling with the animate pulse class. So you can take a look at it while visiting this file. Okay, we have the animate pulse for every next element. Okay, so now it is time to actually build the logic where when we submit the form, we will validate the form. So we'll just check if user implemented or if user filled in every single field. Depending on this, we're going to call the signup function. And for this, I would like to use toasts. So let's see what that is. We installed a package called React hot toast. So let's see pretty quickly. So this is a toast, basically a notification, and we have already installed it. We'll be using the success and error toasts. There are a bunch of them that you can take a look. The first thing we would like to do, get this toaster component and put it into the root of our application. So I will go into the app.jsx, above or below the routes. I'll say, give me the toaster component. And let's try to import it from React hot toast. Okay, now how can we use this? Well, basically it is toast.error or success. And in our case, we would like to use error if form is not being validated. So I'll go back into this function that we have in the signup page, and we'll add a bunch of different if checks. So let's start with the very first one. We will say if full name is not being provided, we'll just say full name is required. Let's import the toast from React hot toast. And we can do the same thing for email. Email is required, or if email is not a correct form. So let's say user passed something like, I don't know, they just put something at and just let's say ... This is not a correct email. What we can do, check for this as well with this regular expression. This is something that you do not need to understand completely. I just generated all of them with the help of AI. So after this if check, we're going to go ahead and put this password check And one last, we will say if password length is less than 6 or not. But if we pass all of them, well, we can basically return true, which will be success message. So I will go here. Once we submit the form, I'll say call the validate form, which we're gonna get the success case, either true or false. We'll say if it is equal to true, then we would like to call the signup function with the form data, right? This is our state. So let's try to save. And once we sign up successfully, we would like to show some toast for the success case. And let's try to implement this signup function. We don't really have anything inside. Okay, so I'll have a try and catch block. Before we try to do anything, I'll just set my is signing up state to be true. And I will have this await Axios instance dot post method to /auth signup, and I will pass the data that user sends us. And this is gonna give me a response back. So let's say response, and we would like to just show a toast that says sign up successful. Let's say toast sign up or toast.success, I'm sorry, we'll say account created successfully. And we can say set auth user is going to be equal to this response.data so that user would be authenticated as soon as they sign up. And we can put this above the toast. I think this looks a little bit more clean. And in the catch, we can just say maybe toast.error, and we can say error.response data.message. This is how we can grab that message that we are sending from the signup. And finally, we can set the loading state to be false. And if you really want to, you can put a console log as well, but I'll just skip that. Okay, so let's save and try to test this out. I'll go here, create an account. Let's say full name will be Jane Doe. Let's say jane@email.com, 123, and let's just try to create an account. Okay, it says it should be at least 6 characters. Let's make this until 6, but do not provide this one. I'll delete everything. Okay, so let's say create the account. Here it says full name is required, and I'll say Jane Doe. And now let's try to create the account. Okay, account created successfully. Now we are logged in, we are in the home page. If we try to go back to the login page, we cannot go because it will protect that route and take us to the home page. If we open the inspect, go under the application, under the cookies, we can just see we have this token. This is the value, like if it is HTTP only or not, and in our case it is true because this is how we set this up. Same site will be strict, and secure is false because we're in the local host, but in the production this is gonna be true. Okay, so everything is working as expected. Now in the exact same way we can build the login page. And I think before we build the login, I just want to build the logout functionality so that we can log out and visit the login page. So I'll have a function called logout. Let's say this is going to be an async function where we'd like to have this try and catch. If you really want to, you can add a state like is logging out, but logging out functionality is super quick and I don't really think if we need a state for this. That's why I will skip this, but if you want to, you can add it. So let's say Axios instance dot post method. This is how we have implemented it. Auth logout, and we can set the user to be null, and we'll just say toast dot success logged out successfully. And in the catch, we can show a toast. Let's say error response data.message. So this will be whatever the error that we're getting from the backend. If you don't want to put this message, you can put something like something went wrong, etc. But I'll just leave it as it is. So with this function in mind, let's try to visit the navbar component and try to build it, which is going to be looking pretty simple. So let's just see. I will kill this one. So if you are not authenticated, we'll just see the logo as well as the settings tab. But if we are authenticated, we're gonna see profile and logout button as well. So let's just try to build it and just try to build the UI pretty quickly. The first thing I'll be doing is to get the auth user state as well as the logout function from the hook, and we will have this as header component, and this is going to be taking a bunch of different classes, which I don't really want to type this out. It is completely UI related, no logic at all, so I don't want to waste time typing this out. So I'll just have a div, let's say class name container mx auto padding x04 height of 16, and you can take a look at it by hovering over it. It says 64 pixels. Then we would like to have a div. Again, I think this is gonna be flex, justify between, and items of centered. So let's just say div class name flex, items centered, justify between, and height is going to be full. So inside we'll have the left section, which is going to be a logo that would take us to the homepage. So let's import the link, get this icon, give this application any name. This is what I'll be going with, and save it. Just a pro tip, if you have width and height at the same value, you can just use size instead. So this is kind of like a shortcut that you can use with TailwindCSS. After the link, after the div, we would like to build the right section. So let's say div, which is going to have the class name of flex, item centered, and gap of 2, let's say. And the very first one is going to be this settings icon or the link. And the other two are gonna be profile and logout. We only want to show those if user is authenticated. So I'll just paste this in. This would take us to the profile page, and when we click to this one, it would call the logout function, which we are importing from the auth store. Let's try to test this out. Okay, now we are authenticated. We can see this button. Let's open up the inspect, go under the application. Okay, so once I click to this, it should clear this out. There we can see logged out successfully and user is not logged in. And this is what we see on the login page. Let's try to build it pretty quickly because it is really similar to the sign up page. So I will go here into the VS Code, visit the login page, and just try to build it. So just like previously, we're gonna have one state to show the password, and initially this is gonna be false. Then we will have a state for the form data, which is email and password only. Then from the auth store, we are getting the loading state as well as the login function. And when we submit the form, we will call the login function with the form data, which will have the email and password. Now in the return statement, since this is almost the exact same thing with the sign up page, I will try to provide it completely that you can grab it from the login page if you don't want to type this out. And I'll try to walk you through it. Let's import everything that we would need. This is coming from React Router DOM, IOF, icon, loader icon. So just this is the entire, like the exact same thing that we have done a couple of minutes ago. Okay, so we have the logo on the left hand side. We have a form. When we submit it, we call this function. We have the email with this input, and same thing for the password. And again, we just check depending on this state, either that's going to be type of text or password. And same for the button, either we will show this icon or this one. And finally, a button to submit the form and a link that would take us to the sign up page. So with this in mind, we can save and try to log in. Okay, so this is the login page and this is the sign up. let's try to log in with this account where we had john@email.com. This is the previous one that we have created. I'll just put 1, 2, 3. So what is going to happen? Let's take a look at the terminal. So here it says a login is not a function. Well, that's correct because we haven't built that function. So we'll go into the use auth store and try to create it. So we had the logout. Now maybe above the logout we can put the login function, which again will take the data. Then before we do anything else, we can update our state, have a try and catch. In the try, we will send a post request to this endpoint with our data, update the auth user state because user is just authenticated, show a toast. In the catch, also show an error toast. Finally, update the loading state. And this button will be disabled. Let's see. Okay, this button will be disabled while we are loading, and we are gonna see this loader component while we are loading, right? So let's just test this out now. I'll put john@email.com and let's put the wrong password, like 1, 2, 3. It says invalid credentials, which is coming from the backend. Let's put the correct one. There we go, logged in successfully. Here we can see we can log out. We should have the cookie as well. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the sign up and login pages. So next we can build the profile page. So let's go ahead and visit the profile page component. Currently we don't really have anything inside, and at the end of this section we would like to have this kind of a UI where we have the profile image, full name, email address, and some information about this account. And these fields are going to be read-only. User only should be able to update the profile image because this is what we allow in the backend. And here you can see in this image, this is broken. We cannot see the members and state, but this is something that we're going to add in this video. So just keep this UI in mind. Let's go ahead and try to build it. Now here we will have a function to be able to update the profile image. So once we click to this button, user should be able to select an image from their machine, and this would take a couple of seconds to upload it to the Cloudinary and update the database. And while it is uploading, we can show some kind of a loading state here, right? So for this, we're gonna go and visit the store where we have this is updating profile state. This is gonna be that loading state. And we would like to have one function to be able to update the profile. For now, I'll just leave it as an empty function. Let's say this is going to be an async function taking the data, which is going to be the profile pic, but we're going to get into this function in a second. What I'd like to do is just go here, shrink the left hand side. In the from the auth store, we would like to extract a couple of different things, such as the auth user, let's say, is updating profile state, as well as the update profile function. And to be able to handle the image uploads, I will create an empty function for now. We are going to implement this in a second. Let's say this is going to take the event and it is not going to do anything for now. Okay, let's just even make this async and I'll just leave it as it is. Now let's try to build the UI. I will go ahead and delete everything. We'd like to return a div with these two classes. Let's say height would be screen and padding top of 20. Then we'll have one more div with these classes. Let's say max, width of 2x large, mx auto, padding of 4, and padding y of 8. Then we would like to add one more div. This is going to be updating the BG. Let's say base 300, rounded x large. We would like to have padding 6 and space y of 8. Okay, let's accept this. And we would like to have this profile header where we have one h1 and p tag. So this is what we have just built, this section. Now let's try to build here and then the inputs and finally this section. Okay, so here below the div, I'll just put a comment to make this a little bit more readable. I'll say avatar upload section. And what I really want to do, just go ahead, copy this around 30 lines of code and I'll just walk you through it. let's import this icon coming from Lucid React, and then I'll just walk you through it. Let's just say import camera, if I can type, from Lucid React. And there is one placeholder image that I'd like to provide. So just go ahead and visit the GitHub repo in the description and find this public folder. Here you're gonna find an image called avatar.png. So just copy it and paste it. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just copy it and I will paste it into this folder. And we'll be using this if user doesn't have an image in the database. So we are displaying the auth user profile pic with some classes to make it look nice. Then we have a label, and if we are updating, this is going to be taking these classes to make it look like disabled. And we have this icon with this input type of file. This is hidden because when we click to this camera, this would be clicked behind the scenes. And how does this work? Because this input and the icon is inside the same label. So if you have done the same thing, this should be working out without any issues. And when we select an image, this onChange function would run, which is going to be this one, but we are not implementing this. We're going to get there. And it is going to be disabled in the loading state. And if it is updating, we will have this uploading text. Otherwise, we're going to see this text, which is this one, right? So with this in mind, let's try to save and maybe take a look at the output. Okay, so this is what we have. So I'll just click to this image and I will go ahead and select this image. Let's say open. Nothing happens for now, but we're going to get there because we uploaded the image, like we selected it, but we didn't update the UI because we are not handling this function, right? Once the image is being uploaded, we should be doing something here, and we're gonna get there in a second. Okay, so what I'll be doing is just scroll down a little bit more. After this p tag, we're going to build the next inputs. So after this div, below the p tag, we would like to put the user info section. So what I'll be doing is actually copy and paste this. Again, like 20 lines of code, and I can walk you through it. Let's get this and this icon. Let's save. Okay, so we have the full name of the user, which is the authenticated user's full name, and same for the email. These are looking like inputs, but they are not because these are read-only. User shouldn't be able to update those. And finally, we will add this additional info field. I'll go ahead and paste this above or below to this div. Okay, so this should be good to go. Let's take a look at the UI. Okay, so this is read-only, read-only. These are also read-only, but user should be able to update the profile image. But currently, when we select, nothing happens. So let's try to implement that part, which is going to be under this function. So to be able to read the image that user selected, we can just first grab it as a file. So let's say event.target.files, and we're going to extract the very first one, just like this. So this is the file that user just selected. Let's say if there is no file, just don't do anything, just return out of this function. But if user selected an image, what we can do, create a reader. So I'll say new file reader. We're going to read this file and just render it on the UI. Let's say reader.read as data URL, and we're going to put this file into it. And finally, reader.onload, which is an async function. Let's say async. And here we would like to just get the base 64 image, and this is going to be reader.result. Finally, we'll just call our function, which is the update profile, right? We are going to implement this in a second. So what we have done so far, basically get the image that user just selected and convert it into the base 64 format. And what we can do is just display that image here. So I'll say If user has auth profile pic, show this. If they don't, show the avatar.png. But if user has a selected an image, we can even display that. So I'll just go here, just say const selected image and set selected image. Initially, this is going to be null. And here we can update that. So let's say set selected image to be this base 64 image, and we can just display it here. So I'll go ahead and just say if there is a selected image, show this, else show the auth user profile pic, else the avatar image. Okay, let's take a look at it. I will select something. So here we can see this is selected, but it has not been uploaded to the database because we haven't implemented this function, right? Which is this one. So let's go ahead and build it now. So I will go into this function. Before I do anything, I just want to update my state, which is going to be set is updating profile to true. Let's make this try catch and finally block available. And finally, we'll just say set loading state to be false. In the try, we are going to get a response back from this call. Let's say Axios instance dot put, where we'd like to call our endpoint, which was auth update profile, and we're going to pass the data as the arguments. Then we'll just say set the auth user with the newly updated user data. Then I'll just say toast.success profile updated successfully. In the catch, we can just console log the error in update profile, and we can just show a toast with the message. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to save and actually see this in action. I will go ahead, refresh this page. Let's select an image. Okay, it says internal server error. Let's take a look at the terminal, what is happening in the backend. Okay, so it says must supply cloud name. I will go and take a look at the backend folder where we have .env. Okay, cloudinary cloud name. Oh, looks like I have a typo. This should be cloudinary. I'll just save. Now let's try to test this out once again. I'll refresh. I don't have any image. I will select one. Okay, once again we got an error. It's because when you update your .env file, you should save one of your backend files so that it can actually be applied. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Now let's try to refresh and do it once again. I don't have an image. Let's select this one. Okay, uploading, profile updated successfully. Now if I refresh, this image would still be there. There we go. I just refresh. This is coming from the database. Let's take a look at it. I'll refresh my database. I think I just need to log in for a second, and at the same time we can take a look at the cloudinary bucket. So I'll just try to log in. Okay, so let's take a look at the database first because this is loaded first. So we were logged in as John, and the profile image is this URL, which is that secure URL cloudinary gives us, right? If you take a look at this entire thing, I'll copy this, paste it into a new tab. This is the image that is being stored, and if you really want to, you can see it in the cloudinary dashboard as well. So I don't know why this does not load. Let's try to refresh this once again. So from this page, you should be able to visit the media library, and you'll be able to see all the files that you have in your bucket. This is the very last one that we have just uploaded. And with that, that's gonna be it for the profile page, where we allow user to be able to upload an image and just have some read-only data, such as full name, email address, and member since date. Let's take a look at the code once again, so we can just do some kind of like a quick sum up. And I had a typo, by the way. If you have as well, like you should be able to fix it, then save this index.js so that this .env would work, right? It would apply the changes that you have just made, so to say. Okay, so we just created a function where we update the loading state initially and finally make it to be false. In the try, send the request, get a response back, update the state with it immediately, and show a success toast. Same for the catch case if we have any errors. And in the profile page, what we have done is render some UI, and when we select an image from our machine, this function would get called, which is this one. What we are doing is getting the image that user just selected, create a file reader so that we can read this file as a string, and we call it as a base64 string. Then we just get the result, send it to the function that we have just created, and this is going to be the profile pic. And why do we call this as profile pic, or why don't we just make something like image? Well, because in the database, in this function, let's take a look at it pretty quickly. In the update profile, we are specifically expecting this field. So that's why we are making this to be profile pic. I hope this makes sense. And with this, that's going to be it for the profile page. In the next section, we can build this settings page. So with that, let's close everything, take a deep breath, and see you in the next one. So now it is time to build the settings page, where we'll have 32 different themes. And you might be asking, how can we add all these themes in a couple of minutes, right? So thanks to Daisy UI, we can make this happen. Under the themes, if you visit their page, you're going to see they have a bunch of different themes that you can use. And if you want to use those themes in your application, you can just do it pretty quickly and easily. So what I'll be doing is visit VS Code under the frontend, TailwindConfig.js. So let's say I would like to add a bunch of different themes from these UI. Then I need to open up this object, and from the themes, I would like to add this array. So let's say I would like to use the light mode and dark mode. Or let's say also we would like to use the cupcake. Okay, so these are the themes that they have in their website. So at the very top, here you can see this is the cupcake. We have light, dark, retro, etc. So let's get the retro as well, and I'll show you how we can get all of them. I'll just say retro, and now if you visit app.jsx and give your data-theme to be retro or cupcake, which one you would like to use, and it should be available in our application. I'll refresh, looks like it doesn't, so maybe we need to go ahead, kill the terminal, and open this up. Let's say kill this, npm run dev, and take a look at it now. Okay, so here we can see it just updated at least one part, and if you want to make it work completely, what you can do, go into the index.html. Under the HTML tag, you can add this data theme field to be, let's say, retro. Okay, so now it is working completely, right? And we're going to add this page where we'll have 32 different themes. When we click to them, we would like to apply them as this data theme. But instead of putting it in the index.html, I will be doing it in the app.jsx. So let's see how we can make this happen. First, in the TailwindConfig.js, I will provide you all the themes. So just visit GitHub repo under the TailwindConfig.js file and actually copy it, paste it. So these are that 32 different themes. And I will create a folder called constants. Let's say constants dot, or not dot, it's just going to be the folder name, and we can have index.js. And again, go ahead, create this file, find this in the GitHub repo as well, copy it and paste it. We are just like exporting this themes array where we have the exact same themes that we're going to be using in the settings page. Okay, so what I'd like to do next is to create a store for the theme. So let's say use theme store.js. And what I'd like to do, just save the theme to the local storage so that every time we refresh our page, we still have the selected theme. So let's see how we can make this happen. Basically, I will get the create function from Zustand, and I will have this hook like we have done previously. Let's say we're going to return an object, which will be our state. And we're going to have two different things like theme, and initially If you want to, you can put light, dark, coffee, any of them. I'll go with coffee actually. And for the set theme function, we're gonna get the theme and we can set the theme. But now this doesn't really use the local storage, right? So what I'll be doing is just actually delete this, say from the local storage get item, and I'll just give the name as, let's say, chat dash theme. And if this is null, we would like to have the coffee theme as our default. And in the set theme, what do we really want to do? Instead of setting it immediately, I will make this to be a function. First, set the local storage with the theme and update the state. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. All we have done is have this state and the setter function so that we can like manipulate the local storage. And with this in mind, we can visit the settings page, which is going to be this one. And what we're going to be doing in this page is to map through this themes array. So we can have 8 different ones in the same line, and this is going to be happening like 4 times. And at the bottom, we're going to show the preview of the chat page. So in this case, I think which one is selected, I don't know. So I don't really remember, but let's just try to build this under the settings page. Now, since we have built our store, we can go ahead, update this with the actual data coming from the theme, right? I'll just say use theme store, import this from the exact same location. I'll just duplicate this. Let's say use theme store, copy the name and paste it here. This should be that file name. And from here, we would like to get the theme state. And we can use it as this data theme down here. Let's say theme. Okay, whenever the state changes, it would update the UI in our entire application because this is the app.jsx. So in this file, the first thing I'll be doing is to have an array of messages, which is going to be only 2. So we can see this preview messages that you can see on the UI. These are the hard-coded messages that we have just built. You can grab this from the GitHub repo or just type this out if you really wanted to. Then from the theme store, we're going to get 2 different values, such as the theme and the set theme function. Let's have a div with a bunch of different classes. I'll just delete everything, have this div. Let's close this off. This is taking the entire screen, and we'd like to have one more div, which is going to be the parent, let's say space y of 6. Then we can put again one h2 and one p tag. So this is what I'll be doing. It says theme and choose your theme. Then below this div, I will go ahead, create one more, and this is going to be taking the grid as the layout. Let's say grid columns of 4, smaller screens and above. Grid columns is going to be, let's say, 6, and in the medium screens and above, this can be 8. Let's say grid columns of 8, as we can see from the image, right? Then what I really want to do is just give a gap of 2. Then I will go ahead and get this themes array coming from the constants. I think I can just import it like this. Here we can see this is the location. Now, since it is coming from the index file, you don't really need to put it here. By default, it will get it. Then we'd like to get this send icon from Lucid React. So I'll just say themes.map, and what I can do, just provide this to you and walk you through it instead of typing this out. So we're going to map through each theme, right? For each of them, we would like to render a button component. And for the class name, we will say if the theme that we have in the local storage is equal to this theme that we are mapping through, we can just update the background color, and otherwise we can only update it in the hover state. When we click to it, we would like to set the theme with that button, right? With that theme, and we can show the like colors in that theme. I hope this makes sense. We're going to see what this does in a second, and we can put the theme name. Let's save what we're going to get. So from the settings page, I'll just try to refresh this. Looks like this is not working as expected for some reason. We can have the retro cupcake, light, but these are not as expected. So I think we should kill the terminal and start this once again. I'll say npm run and dev. Let's go ahead and try to refresh this. Okay, now it is working as expected. So if we select any of them, it is working. So what is happening here when we have like 4 different images or 4 different colors for each of them? It is because we are rendering them, right? We show the primary color, secondary, accent, and neutral for each of the theme. And now we can see this in action. This is the coffee theme, black wireframe, and you get the point. Now let's try to build the preview section. I will go into here, I think below to the very last div, where we'll have 2 more div at the bottom. Just go above them and paste this section that you can grab from the GitHub repo. It just says preview section. So this is only UI, that's why I am just pasting instead of typing this out. So this is the entire component if you really want to type this out or copy it. So let's take a look at the output. Okay, so it just shows the actual UI that we're gonna have with each of these themes. And since we have saved this to the local storage, even if we refresh the page, we're gonna still get the same theme. So I'll just go ahead, select this one, refresh, still on every single page we have that theme. So in the home page, this does not update, but we're gonna get there because we don't have the home page yet, right? But it works in the profile page, in the settings page, and I think in the login and sign up pages as well. So this is login and this is the sign up. If you take a look at the application from the local storage, you should be able to see this chat theme that we are setting. Okay, so with this in mind, I think in the next section we can build the homepage. So let's start with the homepage component. Before we write any code, I just want to show you the end result so that we know what we are building. Okay, so that's going to be for the homepage where we have a sidebar component on the left and a placeholder on the in the middle of the screen. When we select the conversation, this is going to be the UI. Let's say we selected this conversation. This is what we're going to see. The chat header component, the message histories, or the message history basically, then the message input component. So let's start with this UI first, where we will build this component, the placeholder component, then the sidebar. And we're gonna build a function to be able to fetch all these users. For now, I will skip this component. I will add this once we implement the online users. So yeah, just keep this in mind and let's get going. I'll visit VS Code. Let's go into the home page. Okay, currently we don't really have anything. So before we try to write anything here in this component, I would like to update my store. And it is not gonna be the auth store. Basically, we would like to create a new one. So let's say use chat store, and we'll put everything that is related to chat into this store. So as always, let's go ahead and import the create function from Zustand, and I will shrink the left hand side with Control B. I would like to get the toast from React Hot Toast. I would like to get the Axios instance from this file, and I would like to just export this hook. Let's say use chat store, where we will be returning this object. This is going to be our state, and we're going to get the set as the first argument. So in the chat store, we will store some messages, right? So let's say initially it'll be an empty string or an empty array, I'm sorry. And we'll have the users, and initially again, this will be an empty array. Then we will have this selected user. Initially, this is going to be null so that we can see this placeholder component. And when we select any of them, it would update the UI with it, right? So with this in mind, I think we can have 2 more states. Let's say is users loading, and initially this is gonna be false. Like when this is true, we're gonna see some loading skeleton on the sidebar. And let's do the same thing for messages. I will duplicate this and I'll say is messages loading. Okay, while messages are loading, we can show some skeleton, right? So while we're here, let's just add our functions as well. Let's say get users, and we can immediately build this because we will just send a get request. Before we do anything, we'd like to set our state to be true. We'll have a try and catch block. In the try, we will send a get request to /messages/users. This is the endpoint that we have created. We're gonna get some data back and we will set the users with it. In the catch, we can show a toast and finally reset our loading state. Let's do the same thing for messages. I will go ahead and just say get messages. This is gonna be an async function. Here we'll go ahead and try to fetch messages, but we need to pass the user ID so that we know which chat that we are trying to fetch, right? So as always, set the loading state to be true, have a try catch, and finally block. And I'll just say set the loading state to be false. And here we'll like to have a response from the get method. And this is going to be /messages/user ID. This was our endpoint. Then we're going to get some data back where we can update our state with. And for the, like in the catch, we can show this toast, right? Okay, so these are the two functions that we have just built with some states. And let's try to build the homepage now. I will go ahead and import this state that I have, which is selected user. So let's try to import this. And for the UI, I'll just delete everything, return a div with class name, height of screen, and let's say bg base 200. Then I'll have one more div with class name, flex, and let's delete this extra space. So item centered, justify centered, padding top of 20 and padding x of 4. Then here one more div which will have, let's say, class name, bg base 100, rounded lg, shadow x large, and let's say width is gonna be full, maximum width is gonna be 6x large, and we'll say height will be some dynamic value. So we'll just say it will be taking the entire screen. So calculate the entire screen minus 8 RAM, which is around 128 pixels. Then inside we'll have one more div. Let's say div, the class name is gonna be flex, height of full, rounded LG. I think I'll just get this one and say overflow will be hidden. Now finally we can go inside and just render this sidebar component. And below to this we'll say if there is not a selected user, we can show this component called no chat selected. And this is going to be that placeholder. But if we have a user selected, we can return the chat container component. So let's try to create all of them one by one. Under the components, I'll have a sidebar.jsx. Let's get this RAFCE, save and close. Try to import this. Well, we cannot get it, so we'll just import it manually. Let's say go under the components, create this one. RAFCE, save and close. Let's do the same thing for this one. Let's say .jsx. Okay, I'll go ahead and import the 3 of them. Components, sidebar, do the same thing for this one and this one. So for this no chat selected component, you can visit the GitHub repo and find this file. You can just copy it and paste it inside. This is what I'll be doing. This is 20 lines of code, which is only UI. So here you can see there are just some classes that says select a conversation to start chatting. Let's save this and take a look at the output. Okay, let me just try to log in with this account that we had, john@email.com 123. Let's just put the wrong password. Invalid credentials, let's put the correct one. Okay, logged in successfully, and this is what we see, right? We have the sidebar on the left, and let me just change the theme. Let's go with coffee, I think. Okay, so we have the sidebar on the left and this component in the middle. So yeah, let's start with the sidebar component, where we would like to fetch all the users and display them. Okay, so I'll just visit the sidebar component. So before we try to build this component, there is just one more function that I would like to add, which is going to be, let's say, set selected user. We'll be using this. Let me just show this pretty quickly. When you click to this, you need to set the selected user with this one. If you click to this one, then you should be setting the state with this, right? So this is going to be that function, the setter function. Let's say set selected user. This is going to be taking that selected user as the argument, and it will go ahead update this state. So it'll just set the selected user, right? Now there is one issue with this. Like I'll just add a to-do. I'll say optimize, let me just say to do, optimize this one later, and I just want to optimize this later so that I can show you the error, then optimize it. For now, it looks like there is no error with this. And so yeah, we're gonna get there later in the video. Let's start by building this sidebar component now. So in the sidebar component, we would like to fetch the users. What I'll be doing is get my chat store. From this, we're gonna get a couple of different things, such as get user or get users function. We would like to get our state, which is users. We're gonna get the selected user state, set selected user function, and I think we can get is users loading state so that we can show the loading state. Then okay, for now I'll have a state, let's say const online users. I will make this an empty array for now, and I'll show you why. Like later in the video, when we build the Scikit.io part, this is gonna be the actual online users, but for now let's just say no one is online in our application. We'll be using this in a second. Okay, let's say use effect and just try to initialize it like this. We will call the get users function, and let's put it inside into the dependency array, and we'll say if is users loading, we can return a loading component. Instead of putting this as this simple, actually I want to make something a little bit more clean. I'll just say sidebar skeleton component. Let's try to create this one. Under the components, I'll create a folder called skeletons, and we'll be having a bunch of them. So let's start with this one, .jsx, and you can find this component from the GitHub repo. This is only UI, that's why I am not trying to type this out. Instead, just paste this and okay, and just move faster, right? This is an aside component or element. So yeah, we're gonna see this output in a second. Let's try to import that component. Looks like we cannot get it. Just try to do it manually. Okay, there we go. But if we are not in the loading state, then that means we need to render the actual UI, where I will have this aside component or the aside HTML element. Since this is the sidebar, it is completely fine to go with this component as it is semantic, right? So these are the classes that it'll take. Let me just paste this in, height full with 20 and a bunch of different things. And inside we would like to have a div. Let's say this will be taking the class name, border of bottom, and this is going to be taking border base 300, width full, and padding of 5. Then we would like to have one more div. This is going to be taking the logo as well as this text that says contacts. Let's import the users from Lucid React, and let's save to get this formatting. Then here I want to add a to-do as well, so we can make this later in the video. Let's say online filter toggle. Okay, so it is going to be this component that you can see up here. We will implement this later in the video. Then below to this div, we would like to have one more div with these classes. Let's say overflow y of auto. This is going to be taking width full and pitting y of 3. Then what do we really want to do? Just map the users and render some UI. What I'll be doing, basically walk you through this code, around 30 lines of code. Okay, so I'll just go here, paste this, and let me quickly walk you through this. Okay, so for each user, basically we want to return a button component. And this button will take the key to make the React happy. When we click to that, it will update the selected user state with that user, and we will have some classes. If this is the selected user, the background color would change. So I don't know if you can see this, but here on this UI, like this user is selected and the background color is a bit different than these ones, right? So this is what we're doing in this line, and we have a div to display the image. If user doesn't have an image, we will show this placeholder and with some classes. And if user is online, we can show this kind of like indicator, right? It is going to be, I think I don't have it in this image, but here we would have a green dot that would just say this user is online, right? And we would have this text that says online or offline, and this would be visible only in the larger screens. By default, this is going to be hidden. So I think this is pretty simple. Let's try to save this and go back and just test this out. I'll refresh. Okay, looks like we are getting some errors. Let's try to open up the terminal. Here it says not found, API messages, users. Okay, let's visit VS Code. Maybe our route is not correct in index.js. Okay, so looks like I have a typo. I forgot to type the S at the end. I mean, this is what I would like to have, right? API messages. Let's save and go back, try to refresh. There we go, now it is working. This is that only user that we have in the database. We have two different users, but one of them is us, and we don't really want to show ourselves in the sidebar component. That's why we only see Jane. If I click to this, it would update the UI because the state is updating with this one. And here you can see background color is also changing. So with this, everything is working for the sidebar component, right? So now we'll like to, visit. So what have I done? Let's go into the homepage. We would like to go ahead and visit the VS Code. That's gonna be it for the sidebar for now. Later in the video, we'll update this, especially with this online users. So you know what? Actually having this as an empty array for now, instead of having it in the sidebar, what I'd like to do, just put it in the correct place, which is gonna be in the auth store. So I'll just go here, add it to up here. So let's just say online users. When we implement the sockets, we are going to actually have it here. So let's just add it right now and try to import it from the use auth store. Say const online users, and I'll go ahead and get this store. Let's say it is this one. Okay, so nothing should change. It is working as exactly as before, but we will make that work later in the video. So that's gonna be it for the sidebar component. Next, we can build this chat container component. So as always, before we try to build the component, let's see the output that we are trying to build. So this is the chat container component where we have three parts: the chat header component at the top, the messages, the message history, right? And at the bottom, we can have this message input component. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. I'll go here in the chat container component. We would like to fetch the messages, and we already have a function for this, right? So from the use chat store, we can import a bunch of different things. Let's say const, we can get the, I think, messages state. We can get the get messages function, and we can get the is messages loading. Okay, these are the states that you'd like to get, and I think on top of this, we'd like to get the selected user state as well. Okay, so I will have a to-do here. Let's just say if, or instead of a to-do, let's just try to build it now. I'll say if is messages loading, we can have this loading field. This looks ugly. We're going to make this look clean in a second. For now, let's leave it as it is. And here we would like to also add a use effect. So if you try to add the use effect below to the if check, it is going to actually warn you. So here it says, let me first import the use effect from React. Now here it says you cannot put the use effect below to the if, right? So let's just put it above. Like technically you can put it, but this will not be the best practice. So the use effect should run without any conditions. Okay, so we're gonna say just call this function to get the messages, and we would like to get messages between us and the selected user. So we're gonna put the ID as the argument, because if you take a look at this component or this function, I mean, so in the get messages, we are expecting a user ID so that we can send it in the endpoint, right? So let's say whenever the selected user's ID changes, we would like to run this use effect, and we're gonna put this so that React is happy with us. So yeah, with this, now let's try to return 3 different components. I'll delete everything. Let's say we'll have a div with these classes. Let's say flex of 1, flex of column, overflow of auto, let's say. Then we'll have a component called chat header. This is something that we'll create in a second. Let's say messages dot dot dot. So this is going to be a to-do that we'll implement in a second. Then we'll have the message input. So let's say message input. Let's try to create these 2 components under the components, like not under the skeletons, but under the components. I'll say chat header.jsx, refce, save this, and let's do the same thing for message input.jsx. Okay, let's try to import them. If I was going to say if it is going to give us autocomplete or not, but looks like it doesn't. Let's say chat header from here, and let's do the same thing for the message input. Okay, there we go. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, once there is a selected user, we can see the chat header, the messages, and message input. And I think for a second we had that loading state right here. Just take a look at it. It says loading ... right? So let's start with the chat header component. And I think when we refresh, we should be able to see a loading state for this sidebar as well. Let's refresh. Okay, just for a split second, we were able to see that skeletons. Okay, so let's start with the chat header component, which is this one. I'll go into VS Code, visit the chat header component. So since this is a really easy component, I'll try to just provide this to you. You can visit the GitHub repo and get the exact same content, around 30 lines of code. So we are importing the chat store as well as the auth store. We are getting online users, selected user, and the setter function for this selected user. We are displaying the avatar image of the selected user, and we are showing some user info such as their full name and if they are online or offline, and a close button that sets the selected user state to be null. So that's it. We don't really need to type this out completely from scratch. Let's save, take a look at the output. There we go. I will select Jane, and this has been selected. If I click to this one, now we don't really have any selected user state. So with this in mind, let's try to build the messages. Maybe before that we can build the loading state, right? So let's say if it is loading, we can return a beautiful UI. So I'll just say return this part. And for this, I will create a div. Let me try to open this up and close this off. Let's say class name flex of 1, flex, and flex column. Overflow is going to be auto. Okay. So basically, we would like to return the same thing, but instead of messages, we would like to have a loading skeleton. So I'll just say chat header component, and we're going to have a skeleton called message skeleton component. And after this, we'll just have the message input as it is. Let's go ahead and try to create this component. Under the components, under the skeletons, I'll say message skeleton.jsx, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing, around 30 lines of code with some classes. And here we can see we have this chat start and chat end classes coming from this UI. You can take a look at it from the documentation. Okay, let's save and try to import this one as well. But this time we're going to go under the skeletons and grab this component. Just to be able to see this, I will make this to be true. Okay, so this is the output that we're going to have while the messages are loading. And let's bring this back. Okay, there we go. That's going to be it for this if check. And I think we can make this look a little bit more clean. I'll just wrap this everything with curly braces. Okay, and let's shrink this if check. So before we try to render these messages, I would like to build the message input component so that we can, we should be able to send messages. And let's take a look at the output once again in the diagrams. This is what we'd like to have. The input to be able to type the messages, and a button to be able to select images, and a send button. So you can either send messages by clicking to this button or typing in and pressing the enter key. Once we select an image, we would like to see the preview here before we send that, right? So this is going to be that UI. Let's say we selected this image from our machine. This would be previewed here, and if we really want to, we can remove this by clicking to the button or send it to the user, right? So with this in mind, let's try to visit message input component and try to build it. So I will have a state to be able to type messages. So text and set text. Initially, this will be an empty string. And to be able to preview the image, again, we'll have a state, and I will have this file input ref coming from useRef. Again, we'll be using this in a second, and we'd like to have a function to be able to send the message, call our endpoint, right? So this is going to be under the chat store. So I'll just say use chat store. Just like we have done get messages function, we would like to add this send message function, right? So I'll go here below to this one. I'll say send message async data. Okay, now we can put it below to this one as well, but I just want to have everything related to messages, in the vertical direction next to each other. Okay, so here I would like to even call this as message data, just to make it a little bit more readable. What I'd like to do, just get the selected user and messages first. So how can I get this from here? I can't just say messages. So this doesn't mean it is this state. We can use the getter for this coming from Zustand. So you can say call the get, right? And you can destructure the state above. So now we can call really any of them. I'll be getting the selected user and the messages. Okay, so let's try to have this try and catch block. We'll have const res await Axios instance dot post method, and let's put our endpoint, which is gonna be messages. Let's say, okay, I'll just go ahead and try to type this out. Okay, what is going on? I can't type. Let's go here. Let's say slash messages slash send. That was our endpoint. slash selected user underscore ID, and we'd like to send the message data to the API. Then we're gonna get some response back, which is gonna be the newly created message, right? So I would like to update my state with it. I'll say set messages, just keep all the previous messages that we had, right? And add the very last one to the end so that we can update the UI immediately. In the catch, we can show an error with this toast, and that should be it, right? So with this in mind, what is going on? We have an error. Okay, so we should put a comma here. There we go. So this is the function that we have just created. Let's try to go here and import it from the chat store. And I think we can have 3 more functions. For now, let's leave them as empty. I'll say handle image select or image change. Let's say change, and I'll just leave this as an empty function for now. I'll just get the event, leave it like this. I'll say const remove image. Again, an empty function. Then finally, const handle send message. This might not make too much sense at this point, but we're gonna see this in action just in a second. Let's try to build the UI. I will delete everything, return a div with the class name padding of 4, width of full, and I'll say if there is an image preview, then show that component, which is gonna be an image. So let me just show this once again. Okay, if there's an image preview, just show this thing. Instead of typing this out for 5 minutes, let's paste this around 20 lines of code, and I'll just walk you through it. So if there's an image preview, show render this, where we have the image, source is the image preview, and when we click to this button, remove the image. And we're going to implement this in a second. Then below to this image preview, we can have a form which will handle the input, right? So let's say form. This is not going to be taking any actions. Instead, it will have on submit, where we can call handle send message function, and class name gonna be flex items centered and gap of 2. Let's go inside. We'll have one more div, class name of flex1, flex, and gap of 2. Now inside this div, I would like to have this input to be able to type the message in. So type is gonna be text, bunch of different classes, mostly coming from the UI. Here you can see this is the input class, input bordered, placeholder, value, and once we type into it, this would update the state. Then we will have the input to be able to select images from our machine. And on change, we would like to call this handle image change function that we have above. So this is hidden by default, and I'll show you why. Let's go ahead, have a button as well. Once we click to this button where we have this image icon coming from Lucid React, once we click to the button, behind the scenes we will be clicking to this input because it is hidden. Now let me just save this and show you the UI. Okay, so when I click to this, it will open up the file explorer. But why do we hide this input? So if I remove this, like this looks really ugly, right? Instead of seeing this on the UI, we basically say, hey, you will be hidden, but when we click to this button, behind the scenes, we will be calling you. So that's what it is doing basically. Then finally, we will have one button, which is gonna be that send button. So next to this div, below to this div, okay, not next to the button, just paste this in, import the send icon. And if an image is selected, we're going to see this green color. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Let's try to visit the browser. I can talk. Let's just type this in. Now this is not disabled. We can delete this. And if there is nothing inside, this would be disabled. Let's go ahead, select an image. Nothing will happen because we haven't implemented the function. Let's go ahead and try to implement it pretty quickly. I'll go above. In this function, this is something that we have done previously where we have created a file reader, right? So first we're gonna get the files that user just selected, right? So eTarget.files, get the first one. Then we can just say if type of the file is not an image, we can say please select an image file and return out of this function. But if user selected an image, we can create this file reader and basically set the image preview state with it. Okay, so this is what we have done previously as well. So I'll just skip this right now. Then when we click to this remove image button, we will be calling this function. What we can do is just set this state to be null. I'll just say set image preview will be null, and we can say input, like file input current. If this existed, we can just set the value to be null as well. And now finally in this function, once we submit the form, we would like to call our send message function that we have coming from the chat store. This is the actual part where we send the request to our API, right? So the first thing I'll be doing is to prevent the default behavior so that it doesn't refresh the page. Then we'll say if this is an empty message or if there isn't an image preview, then just return don't do anything. But if user has a message, then basically we can try to call this send message function. So I'm just copying and pasting so that we can move faster, and as you can tell, I am just explaining line by line. So we have a try and catch block. In the try, we call this send message with the text and image, and then we clear the form where we delete the text state and image preview as well as this file input ref. And in the catch, you can show a console error, or you can handle this however you would like to. So with this in mind, let's save and go back to the UI. I'll refresh and try to send a message. So let's say, hey Jane, it's me from React application. Send the message. Looks like it is working as expected. Let's take a look at the messages. And here we can see we just got our very first message. Hey Jane, it's me from React application. Let's try to send an image. I will select this one. Let's say this is me right now. Okay, looks like we got an error. Let's open up the terminal. We can debug this together pretty quickly. Here it says API messages sent. Let's click to it. Cannot get API messages sent. Okay, so let's see what we have. I think the endpoint is not correct. Under the backend, we had API messages sent and ID. So it is a post method. Let's see, how did we call this in the chat store? So we have API messages sent, right? API messages sent slash the ID. This is a post method, and for some reason this says we cannot get it. I'll take a look at it once again. API messages sent. Maybe I'll try to refresh and send once again. I'll just say hey. Okay, that was working as expected, right? Let's say fetch xhr. Let's try to send an image. I think when we send the image, it does not work. Let's say, hey, this is me in real life. Okay, let's click to this. Payload. I think in the response. Okay, internal server error. Let's take a look at it. So I don't really want to cut this out from the tutorial. Let's just debug this together. Oops, what have I done? Let's open up the terminal, go into the backend. Cloudinary is not defined. Okay, so looks like we didn't import this in the send message controller, which happens to be in the message controller file. So here we are using Cloudinary, but that's correct. We never imported that. Let's say import Cloudinary from lib cloudinary.js. Okay, so this is how we can debug this actually, just going step by step, taking a look at the response, and hopefully this is going to work. Let's select the same image once again. Let's say, hey, this is me in real life. Sent this. Okay, it took like 1 second because it has to upload that image to the Cloudinary. Let's go ahead, refresh this. We should be able to see that message with the Cloudinary image link. Okay, so that was what we have sent. This is the really latest one. Hey, this is me in real life, and this is the image. Again, you can copy this, take a look at it from the new tab. There we go. Everything is working as expected. Now, a message can have text and image at the same time. It might just have the text, or it might just have the image. So everything is working as expected. The very last thing we need is to display the images in this component. Okay, let's go back to the VS Code. Okay, what have I done? I just went back. Let's close this, close the chat store, the header. Okay, so here we have the messages state, but we are never using it. I'll go here, instead of having this p tag, let's try to return an actual div and put our messages in it. So I'll just say class name, flex of 1, overflow y of auto, padding of 4, space y of 4 as well. Then inside, I would like to map through my messages and show the image if it has any, or just show the text of the message. So before we try to write anything, I just want to show you the documentation from this UI. So there is this component called chat bubble, which looks like a chat component basically. This is what we're going to be using. Just keep this in mind. These are the classes that we'll have. If message is coming from the other user, it will take this class called chat start. But if we send the message, right, it should be on the right hand side. So we will have this class called chat end. Okay, so with this in mind, let's visit VS Code and try to build this part. So I'll just go inside Lbit, I'll say messages.map, get every single message where we would like to render this part. So I'll have a div, not dispatch, let's say div, and close this off. This is going to be taking a couple of different props. Let's say key is going to be message._id. Then we would like to have a class name, which is going to be Lbit dynamic. So let's say it will be taking the chat class first. Then we'll say if we are the owner of the message, it should start at the end, right? So let's say, open this up. If message.senderID is equal to selected user._id. Well, not really. If it is equal to auth user_id, let's try to import it. I'll say use auth store, grab the auth store state. Okay, let's save to get this formatting. And maybe we can give it a bit space. So we'll say if we are the sender of the message, then we would like to have this class called chat end. And if the other user sent the message, then it'll start from the left hand side. So this is what we have done, and we can go into this div, just build one more div. We will have the class name of chat/chat-image and the avatar class. I'll say div. We will have a class name, size of 10, rounded of full so that it is circle, and it's going to have a border around it. Then we'll have the image with the source and alt tag. Now again, this has to be dynamic. So I'll go inside. Let's make this to be look like this. So in the source, again, we'll just check if we are the owner, right? So we'll say if message.senderID, let's say senderID is equal to auth user._id. If this is the case, we will show the auth user's profile pic, but else we will show the selected user profile pic. But let's say auth user doesn't have a profile picture, then we would like to render the avatar PNG, right? Let's do the same thing for this one. Let's say if the other user doesn't have a profile pic, then we can show the avatar PNG. I hope this makes sense now. Then for the alt, let's just say profile pic, not really important. Okay, after the image tag, after this div, we would like to put this div. I'll just say class name, chat dash header class coming from this UI, margin bottom of 1, and here we would like to render the time of the message. So I'll just have this time tag, right? And we would like to give this class name of text x small, and I'll say opacity of 50, margin left of 1. And for now, I'll just say message.created at. Let's say created at. Then below to this time, let me just actually save, show you the output. Okay, looks like something is broken. Let's open up the terminal. Here it says cannot read properties of undefined, which is coming from chat container. Let's see what is going on. It is coming from the 35 line number. So here we have message.sender underscore ID. Okay, this should actually be message sender ID, not underscore ID. This is the field that we have in the message. So if we save this, hopefully this should be working out. Let's see, do we have any errors? Looks like we don't. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, so we can see the sender image as well as the time. This time doesn't really look nice, but we're going to format it. For now, let's move on with the next component. So after the, I think after the time, after this div, we would like to have one more div, which will be the chat bubble. Let's say class name, chat dash bubble, and the flex class. So here inside, I'll say if there is an image for this message, then display it. And if there is a text, display the text, right? We can either display both of them at the same time or just display whichever available. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for this component. For now, let's go back. And there we go. This is how that look. I'll just refresh once again. Okay, so it is not looking pretty cool, right? We should maybe update this a little bit. Let's start with the time. I would like to have a function to be able to format it. So I will go into the front end source lib, and I would like to create this file called utils.js, and we can put the utility function into here. What you can do, visit the GitHub repo and find this 8 lines of code, or even 7, where we are taking the date and formatting it in this format. So this is called as format message time, and I would like to go ahead, wrap this with that function. So I'll just say cut this, call format time, wait, how did I call it? Format message time. Okay, import this and paste this inside. There we go. Let's take a look at the output. Okay, so it is looking like exactly the same as this one, the hour and then the time. Now we need to make this work as well so that it look like this, I was going to say, but there isn't any example. So let's try to fix this and make it look a little bit more clean. So we can just go back to the VS Code and here add flex-column so that the image and text are in the vertical direction. Let's save and take a look at the output. There we go. Now we are the only message owner, right? Jane didn't send us any messages. Let's try to see this in action so that we can really see if the left-hand side is working or not. I'll try to log out, log in as Jane. Let's say Jane at email.com, put the correct password, sign in. Okay, let's take a look at this now. Here we can see John sent us a bunch of different messages and it looks on the left-hand side. Let's say, hey from Jane. Sent the message, it has just been updated, and if we refresh, it should still be there because it is in the database. and looks like everything is working so far. Alright, so with this now we have the entire chat application. It is working, but we are missing one major part, which is the real-time communication. So if I now send a message to John, if I say, hey, it is not going to get it in real time, right? John needs to refresh their page to be able to see that message. So for this, we are going to be using Scikit.io, and that's going to be in the next section. So now we would like to build real-time features with Scikit.io. And before we try to write any code, let's take a look at this diagram to understand the current state of our application. So in the backend, we have built a REST API so far with Node.js and Express, where we can handle HTTP requests, right? Such as get, post, put, delete, and like even patch if you really wanted to add it. But now this doesn't really working in real time. If we want to have that communication, the real-time communication, we can add a Scikit server on top of this current server that we have. And this is what we'll be doing. This is event-based, and with the help of this now, with the help of this everything that you see in the screen, we are able to have both HTTP requests, right, and a REST API, and on top of it, we have the Scikit.io for real-time communication. So I just have an example at the bottom. Let's take a look at it, how this works. Basically, this is the man in the middle when you want to implement the real-time features. So let's say this user wants to send a message to this one in real time. What is going to happen is that this is going to listen for any incoming events. So this user will say, hey, I want to send a message to this user. And this would take the event and immediately send it back to this user. And in the background, you can save that message to the database. So I hope this makes sense. And there is one thing that you can understand from this image. So you can listen for incoming events in the server, right? So that was listening for events from this user. And you can also listen to events in the client. So this user is listening for any incoming events from the server. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And to be able to listen to events, both in the client and on the server, we'll be using this method called scikit.on. And like, just keep this in mind. We're going to see this in code. This is just an example. So yeah, let's just keep it simple and try to see this in code. And one last thing, there is two parts of Scikit, where we have Scikit.io package in the server, right? And then Scikit.io client package, where we can use it in the client, so in the React application. Because in the client, we'll be using this package to send events to the server, and from the server, we'll be using this package to be able to send events to the client. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So let's go into the VS Code and take a look at the backend package.json. We have already installed this Scikit.io package, right? So it is time to implement it. I'll go into the source under the lib, and I would like to create this file called scikit.io. I mean scikit.js. This is going to be a JavaScript file where we can write some JavaScript code. What I'd like to do, just replace this app with the server. Now, let me just show you the image. So this is what we had previously, right? So this is what we had previously. And on top of this server, we would like to add the Scikit server. So let's try to see this in action. I'll go into the Scikit file, and I would like to import server from scikit.io. And then I would like to get HTTP module. So we haven't installed it in package.json, right? So you cannot really see it because this is built into Node. And lastly, we would like to get the Express. So just like previously, we're going to create this Express app. Then we would like to create a server. Let's say http.create server and pass the app into it. Now we would like to create a Scikit.io server. Let's say new server and pass the server into it. And for the options, you can handle the coarse errors, which is going to be an object. Let's say the origin is going to be localhost 5173, but this should be in, let's say, as the array format. Okay, so with this, now we have the Scikit server where we can just go ahead, say export, like get the IO. We would like to export the app as well as the server. So let's save this file, go back into the index.js, and I will delete this app because we have already created one in scikit.js file, right? So I'll just delete this and let's try to import it from this file. We would like to get, let's say, the server as well. I will delete this. Now this app is this one that we have. We are just trying to organize our code, right? And then we're going to replace this app with the server that we have created. Okay, so what we have done in the code is basically this image that we have, right? We built this scikit.io server on top of the current one that we had. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's go back to the scikit.js file and let's try to listen for any incoming connections, right? So we can just say io.on connection, and whenever someone connects, we're gonna get this callback function and we can take the scikit. So this is the user that has just connected. So scikit has a bunch of different properties like ID, disconnect, disconnected, and we're gonna see some of them. Let's say console log a user connected, and you can put the scikit.id into the console. And let's listen for any disconnections. Now we are talking about listening, right? So in this case, what we can use, as I said previously, it is scikit.on method. So we're gonna listen for the disconnect event. When someone disconnects, we can just say, let's say a user disconnected. And again, we can put the scikit ID into this console log. So with this in mind, let's keep it simple and go ahead, try to implement it in the client. So I will go and just shrink everything under the front end source. Let's take a look at the package.json. Do we have the scikit.io client? No, we don't. So let's go ahead and install it. I will create a new terminal. Let's say cd into the front end, npm install scikit.io-client. Okay, so this will go ahead and install it, where we can use it under the, let's say, source, store, and auth store. Now you might be asking why. Well, basically, whenever we log in, we would like to connect to scikit immediately, right? So I'll just say after we log in, right, after it is successfully done, we can do this. Let's say get, call this method called connect scikit, but we don't have this method. So let's go ahead and try to create it. I'll say connect scikit. This is going to be an empty function for now. And we can also have a state for the scikit. So initially, let's say scikit is going to be null. We'll be using this in a second. And we can do the same thing now in the sign up as well. And I think I have an error, let's say, like it says get is not defined. As we have seen previously, we can get this get method in the callback. So with the help of this get method, we can access to different states and functions in a specific function, right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's just take a look at it once again. In the login function, if we want to call this one, then we can say get.connect scikit. And we would like to do the same thing when we sign up, because as soon as we sign up, we are logging in. That means we are just connecting to the server so that we are online. And same for the checkout. We are calling this function whenever we refresh our application, right? Whenever our app starts. It is in the app.jsx file. It is under the use effect, right? So whenever you visit your application, this will check if you are authenticated or not. If you are authenticated, that means you are logged in, and that means you should be connecting to the scikit. That's why we are calling this. And let's finally just have this method as well. I will duplicate this one, and I will say disconnect scikit. So let's say disconnect scikit. And when do we want to call this? As you can tell, whenever we logged out successfully. Let's say get.disconnect scikit. Okay, so let's try to implement these functions, and you're gonna see it is actually pretty simple like simpler than you think. So first of all, I would like to get an import from this Socket.io client package. Then I will go inside, like into the connect socket method, and I will say const socket is equal to io, and we can call this function put the backend URL, right? So it's going to be, let's say, http localhost 5001. So instead of putting it as hard-coded value, I can create a variable. I have just cutted it. Let's go here. Let's say const base URL and paste this in. Now we can put it here. This is a better practice. Then as for the options, we can add some stuff. For now, I just want to keep it simple and I'll leave it like this. Later, we're going to implement that. And now lastly, I just want to say socket.connect and just call this. Now, this is fine. We can try to optimize this pretty quickly, where I would like to say if user is not authenticated, then don't try to even create this connection. So let's say const, I'll just destructure this. Let's say auth user from the get method, right? So I'll just call the get, and we can get the auth user because it is a state in this file, in this store. Okay, so I'll just say if there is not auth user, then we can just return out of this function before even we try to connect. And we can even further optimize this, where I can say if we are already connected, then don't try to create a new connection for this user. So I can just go ahead, say, or if like get dot socket dot connected, right? So there is this method as well, or this property that you can use. And let's just optional chain this. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. That was like kind of like an optimization that we have added so that this works properly. Okay, let's save, try to open the terminal, go into the backend. So already we can see a user is connected. It is because here I have my application up and running. I will close this. Let's take a look at the terminal. It says a user disconnected, and you're able to see this twice. It is because so how do I call it? In development, every use effect runs twice. So here we are calling the checkout. In development, this is going to run 2 times. That's why we see that console log twice. If you go into the main.jsx, delete this strict mode, this is that causing this is causing that 2 renders in development. Now if you save, if you take a look at the terminal, I will just first, okay, what am I doing? Let me just first clear this up with Control K. Okay, now I'll go back into the, oops. Let's try to connect here. In the terminal, we should be able to see only once, right? User connected. And if I close this again, I'll just see this once, a user disconnected with their ID. Okay, I hope that makes sense, but I'll just leave it here. This is, I think, fine to have it here as the Vite does. Save this file and close it. So what that means is that we are able to listen for socket connections and disconnections. Now you might be asking, we didn't even implement this disconnect socket, but still we can see the disconnect in the terminal. Well, it is because when you close your browser, right, it just immediately understands that there is no connection anymore. That's why it is happening. But let's go ahead and implement this function as well. I will say if like get, and again, this is like an optimization if that we're adding. We'll say if we are connected, only then try to disconnect. Now let's try to go into our application. I'll say localhost 5173, and I will try to log out. And this will call the disconnect socket function. And from the terminal, we can see like it should say a user disconnected. I don't know why we cannot see it. Do I have any typos? Let's say disconnect socket in the logout. Disconnect socket it should be. So let's try to do this once again. I will say clear the terminal and go back to here. I'll just try to log in. Let's say jane@email.com 123456. Okay, so we just logged in. It should say user connected, and I'll just try to log out. Okay, strange. It doesn't say user disconnected. Let's see our code. So it is because when we create this scikit variable, we never set this up with this state, right? So let's go ahead, say after we connect, we would like to just set this scikit state with the scikit variable that we just have. So with the help of this, now this is going to have some value, and if it is connected, this is going to be true, and we can disconnect from it. Okay, so this was the line that we were missing. Let's go back. Again, I'll try to log in as a Jane. Let's say email.com 123456. Log in. It should say a user connected. I'll go back. Let's try to log out. And here we can see it says user disconnected. Well, it is because we have added this line. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to implement online users. We already have a state for this. It is an empty array. As soon as a user logs in, we should be able to send this event from server to the client so that everyone knows someone is just connected, right? Someone became online. So for this, I will visit scikit.js file and I will try to create a variable. Let's go maybe above this io.on connection. I'll say const user scikit map. And here we will basically store the online users. I'll say used to store online users. And since this is an object, we would like to store it in this format. I would like to have the user ID as the key and scikit ID as the value. This user ID will be coming from the database, and scikit ID, as you can tell, it is going to be this scikit.id. So I'll go here. As soon as a user logs in, we would like to update here so that we know that user has just logged in, right? Became online. So what I can do, first get the user ID, and we can say scikit.handshake.query.user_ID. How can we pass this in the client? Let's go here. Whenever we call this function, I said we would be taking some options, and we can say query, and here we can add the user ID as the auth user ID. Okay, so query.user_ID. This is exactly what we are doing after the handshake object. So we can say if user ID existed, we can update the scikit map. So I will say user scikit map, where we have this user ID, set this up with this value. And now that a user became online, we have updated it in the server, we can let everyone know. And there is a method called io.emit. This broadcasts to every single user that is connected. So let's say io, I think I'll just leave this comment, put it here. io.emit is used to send events to all the connected clients, basically broadcasting it. And we can put the event name, let's say get online users. You can put this anything. This could be X, hello, really anything, but I'll go with a name that makes sense. Get online users, and in this case, we would like to send the keys, right, in this user scikit map. I'll say object.keys of this user scikit map, and we can save this. In the same way, when someone disconnects, we can delete it from here and again call this method to let everyone know this user has just became offline. So I'll just say delete user scikit map, I should say. So from the user scikit map, we are basically trying to delete this key, and we will just let everyone know, just like what we have done above. So I will save this file and go back into the useauth store where we can listen for that event in this connect socket function. So after we connect it to our socket, after we set the state, we can just listen for online user updates. And when we are talking about listening, we should immediately think about this method. Socket.on, the name of the method, get online users. If you put this as X, then this should be X as well, right? It should match. But in our case, it is get online users. We're gonna get some data back. So in this callback function, you can call this as users. Oops. Like you can call this as users, or in this case, we are sending the keys, which are the user IDs. So I'll just say user IDs. And in this function, we can update our state. So I'll say set online users with the user IDs that we just got. Let's see, what are we having here? Unexpected token. Okay, there should be this comma. Okay. So we are listening for these events as soon as we log in. And once we got this event at any time, we are getting the user IDs as the data and updating the online users array with it. So I'll go into my, let's say, I don't know, app.jsx. I would like to get the online users array and just try to console log it. I'll say online users, and let's take a look at the terminal now in the React application. I'll just take a look at the very last one. Okay, online users array is empty. Let's log in as John at email.com 123456. There we can see online users array updated in real time immediately, right? Now we have a user. So I will open up an incognito mode or window, how do we call it? I will say localhost 51 login, and I will say, let's say login with Jane at email.com 123456. And before I try to log in, let's take a look at the terminal. This user can see there is no one is online because this user is not logged in. Let's say sign in. Now here we can see there are two online users. One of them is this one, right, which is John, and looks like it is already working. And the other one is Jane. Okay, so I'll try to just put them side by side. Okay, so here we can see Jane is online, same as John. So I will go ahead and try to log out from this account, which is John, right? I'll try to log out and take a look at it. In real time, it should be working. And as you can tell, it is working. Now you might be asking, why does that work? Well, let's take a look at the code pretty quickly. Because in the, I think, in this sidebar component, I believe. Alright, so we are destructuring this online users state, and here we say if online users include this user ID, then show the indicator. But if it doesn't, then don't show it basically. And I think same applies to the chat header component, where we have online users state being destructured, and depending on that, we show this online or offline text. Okay, so with this, that's gonna be it for the online users. The only thing that we're missing is going to be sending messages in real time. And this would be possible in the backend, again, as you can tell, in the controller. So when we send the message, we have a to-do here. We would like to handle this in real time with the help of Scikit.io. Before we try to write any code here, I just want to go into the scikit.js file and create a helper function that we're going to be using. So here I'll just say export function, and I'll say get receiver socket ID. So this will be a function, and this would return the socket ID when we pass the user ID. So we will give the user ID of a user, and it should return us the socket ID of that user. And this will make sense in a second. Let's say just return from the user socket map past this user ID, which will give us the socket ID. And this is not an arrow function, so let's delete it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Basically, as the name suggests, get receiver socket ID when we pass the user ID. And in the message controller now, whenever we send a message, we're going to save it to the database. Then we would like to send this to the user in real time. So I will say const, let's find the receiver socket ID, and we're going to be calling this function get receiver socket ID, and we're going to pass the receiver ID. And as you can tell, this is what we are having from the prems, right? So we're going to get the socket ID of the user, and we'll say if this existed, that means if user is online. It should be receiver socket ID. Okay, so this if check basically tells if user is online, then send the message, send the event in real time. And for this, we can use io.emit, but as I said previously, this would be broadcasting it to everyone. So that's why we can make this to be io.to, and we can put the ID of the socket. So we'll say io.to receiver socket ID, emit this method called new message. Again, you can call this anything. I'll go with the new message event name. And as for the data, we're going to send the new message that we have just created. So I hope this makes sense. We are not using just io.emit, but instead we are adding this to in the middle so that we are only sending this message to the receiver, right? Because this is not a this is not a group chat, it is a private chat, right? It is one-on-one chat. That's why we would like to only send it to this one. And I don't know why I am over explaining it, but there we go. This to-do is out of the way. Let's try to delete this to-do and just go ahead, try to listen for incoming event in the client. So I will go and kill the app.jsx. I think we can visit the chat store. So as you can tell, we have this messages array, and whenever we got a new message, we would like to update this in real time. And for this, I will create a function. So I will just, let's say, shrink this. So we have a to-do, we'll do it later, but let's say I would like to listen to messages, or I would like to subscribe to messages. This is the function name that I would like to give. Let's say subscribe to messages, and this is not going to be taking any IDs. Okay, so I'll just first get the selected user, right? I'll say const, call the get method. Do we importing it? Yep, we do. So we can get the selected user state. Let's say selected user, give a bit formatting. There we go. So first of all, we'll just say if there is no selected chat, then we'd like to return immediately. We don't really want to do anything. And now we'd like to do socket.on. But now, hey, this socket is not in this store, right? It was in the auth store. How can we get this? Well, thankfully, Zustand already thought this for us. We can say use auth store. And I don't know why VS Code doesn't work. Let's try to import it. Let's say use auth store from the same file. Yep, it should be in the same file, right? Use auth store. There we go. So here we'll just call this, or do not call it, sorry. Let's say use auth store dot get state. Call this one, and from this state we would like to get the socket. This is what we have created in this file. And then after this socket, now we can just say socket.on. Let's say the event that we are listening was new message, where we will get some data, right? And call this function. So you can call this as data, anything, but I will call this as new message. This is what we are getting, right? In real time. And I would like to update my messages state. So I will go in, say set, open this up. Okay, so this looks correct to me. Basically, let me save and put a comma here. Okay, so basically we are just keeping all the previous messages in the history and adding the new message at the end. Okay, so this is what we're doing. And we are going to optimize this a little bit. Let's just say to do, because there is an issue with this that I would like to show you. Let's say optimize this one later. Now that we can subscribe to messages, in the same way, we should be able to unsubscribe from messages. So let's say unsubscribe. So this would be when we log out, or let's say when we, I don't know, when we close our window, things like that. We would like to unsubscribe from messages. I'll go ahead, say unsubscribe from messages. And this would be looking pretty simple. In the same way, we would like to get the scikit state, and we would like to just say scikit.off this event called new message. And here you can see it says event name. Okay, so this should be good to go. Let's put this comment, and we would like to now call this function in the chat container. So I'll go ahead, visit this chat container component, because this is where we are displaying the messages. And again, I will create a use effect where I would like to just subscribe to messages. Or instead of creating a new one, I think as soon as we fetch the messages, we can just say subscribe to messages. This is the function that we have just created. Let's try to import this one. And in the same way, we can say unsubscribe from messages. And we would like to call this whenever we clean up, right? Let's say return, call this function. Okay, so this is gonna be for the performance reasons. So yeah, let's just try to put those inside. And this should be working already. Let's save and put them into the test. So I have logged in with 2 different accounts. Let's try to select both of the chats and just send a message. Let's say, hey, from Jane, right? I think we are Jane. We are sending message to John. Let's scroll, send the message. Okay, looks like we got an error. Let's open up the terminal. Like probably we are missing something. It says message input. This could be due to syntax. Unexpected identifier set selected user. Okay, so it looks like we have either a typo in the message input component. So let's go and visit that component. Oops, let's say message input. I'll just say set selected. No, we don't. Let's take a look at the message in a clearer way. So maybe these were previous errors. I don't know. I'll just go ahead and try to refresh and send the message once again. Let's say, hey, from Jane once again. Okay, so the server is related, the error is related to server coming from use chat store. So I would like to open up the terminal. Can we see anything? Maybe we are not importing something. Okay, so it says IO is not defined. As I can tell, we forgot to import this IO, which is coming from the this file, scikit.js. Okay, I just got both of them. Now it should be working. I'll go ahead and try to test this out. Okay, scroll from both of them. Let's say one last time, please work. Send the message. And if you scroll from here, there we can see we got the message in real time. It is working without any issues. Let's say 1, 2, 3, send this. We can see it here. And if you scroll, you should be able to see this as well. But now whenever I send a message, I would like this to scroll immediately, right? And I'll just send an image as well. Let's see if this is working. Selected the image. Let's send it. Okay, it is here and it is here in real time. Let's implement this functionality where we can scroll immediately. It should be under the chat container component. I will create a reference. Let's just go above. I'll say use ref, message and ref. And here we'll go scroll for each message. Here we can just say ref, add this message and ref, and in a use effect, we would like to scroll to it whenever there is a new message. So let's try to create it. Okay, so I'll say whenever the messages changes, right? If whenever there is a new message, we would like to run this use effect. And I will say message and ref dot current dot scroll into view, and we can say the behavior should be smooth. Just to make this work without any issues, like without breaking our code, we can add this if check, and we can say if there are some messages, only then actually call this. Okay, so I'll save this and maybe even put this into curly braces to make everyone happy. Okay, let's test this out. I'll go here. Here we can see it already scrolled, but let's just say, hey, Jane. And there you can see it just works without any issues. And let's try to send a message. Is it going to scroll as well? Okay, here we can see it works. Like it doesn't scroll completely, but I think that's fine for the images. Okay, so now there are some issues with our code. We have a bunch of different to-do optimizations. So let's see how we can make them work. But before, we need to see the problem. And currently in our application, we have just only 2 users, which is pretty boring, right? So I would like to give you some script where we can create around 15 different users in our database automatically. So go ahead, under the backend, under the source, create a folder called seeds, and I would like to create this user.seed.js file and visit the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. Copy this entire file, which is around 100 lines of code. The majority of it is this array of users. Each user has an email, full name, password, and profile pic. And like we have a bunch of female users and male, 100 lines of code. Then what we are doing, importing the config from .env and importing those as well. Let me just put them above, up here. There we go. ConnectDB function as well as the user model. Then we call this function where we can really just insert this user to the database. Let's open up our terminal, go into the backend, and just try to run this file. So I'll say node, go into the source folder where we have the seeds folder and just run this file. Okay, so database seeded successfully. If you take a look at your MongoDB database, you should be able to see you have a bunch of different users. I'll refresh. Here we can see we just got a bunch of different users. So let's see the problem now. If I try to send a message to Jane, so let's say message to John, let's say, hey, John, it works, right? But let's say this chat is selected and I sent the message to John once again. Let's say, hey, John. Like it shouldn't update here because I am not getting the message from Emma, right? I'll send, but looks like this user can send us message, which is not correct. So we're gonna go into the VS Code and try to add that optimization. That's gonna be here on this line. So I will delete this to do and I will go inside. I'll say if new message dot sender ID, let's say new message dot sender ID is not equal to the selected user ID, then just return out of this function. Don't do anything. Now with this should be working out as expected. I will select this chat, but send message to this one. It doesn't update the UI. It would only update if this chat is selected. So let's say 1, 2, 3. There we can see. And if you really want to make this code a little bit more readable, I think we can create a variable. Let's say const is message sent from selected user. Damn, this looks like an actual sentence, but that's fine as long as this is readable. So we can just say if is message sent from selected user, then just return don't do anything. And I think this should be if not, right? Okay, so I hope this makes sense. With the help of this if check, we're able to prevent that error. Let's see, do we have any more to-dos? I'm sure we have. So we're going to add this online filter toggle in the sidebar in a second, but there is one more thing that we can fix. So you know what? I have just paused the video and tried to see if there is any optimization issues with this. Do we need to update anything? And turns out we don't. So I will go ahead and delete this to-do. This is working without any issues, but I thought there would be some and looks like there isn't, right? So just ignore this completely. It was my bad. So the only thing that we're missing, I think, is going to be under the sidebar component, where we'd like to implement this online filter toggle. So let's go and visit the sidebar.jsx, where we are fetching the users. But what do we really want to do? Just have one more kind of like a variable for the filtered users. So this is what I will be doing. I will just get the online users, which I already have, and I will create a state. Let's say const show online only, and initially this is going to be false. Let's import the use state, and I will just create this variable. Let's say after the maybe if check above, doesn't really matter. Let's go here. I'll say const filtered users, and I'll say show online only. If this is true, then we would like to filter some users out. Let's say users dot filter, and we're gonna get every single user. We'll say online users includes the user ID, then return that user, but else return every single user because the state is false. I hope this makes sense. This is pretty simple JavaScript where we say filter the users, right? Get every single user and only return those that are online. Okay, now we have this filtered users that we would like to use right here. So I will not be writing the code. It is only UI, around 10 lines of code. I will paste this. Here we have a div with a label, an input type of checkbox. It says it would be checked if this state is true, and on change it would toggle the state, either true or false. Again, class name, checkbox, checkbox small coming from Daisy UI, show online only text, and online users dot length -1. We are doing -1 because we don't really want to count ourselves, right? Okay, so what we're going to be doing, instead of this users, now we will just map this filtered users. Let's save and take a look at this. So I will go ahead, maybe shrink this one. Here it says show online only. I will click to it. There we go. I can just see this user. And here it says one online. If I toggle this off, I can see everyone. And I'll try to log out from this account. There we can see it just logged out here and it says 0. If I click to this, I cannot see anything. And in this case, we can show something like no users found. Let's go here. At the very bottom, it should be after this button, after this curly braces, right? I'll just say if filtered users dot length is equal to 0, then just say no online users. Let's go again back to the Chrome. There we can see no online users, and we can see everyone that they are offline. Okay, so with this, that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we would like to deploy this application. So one last time, I just want to walk you through the code, what we have done in this section specifically. Well, we have created this scikit.js file, and in the index.js, we have used this server variable, and instead of the previous app, we are actually importing it from the scikit.js file. Let's take a look at it. So we have a bunch of different imports, an Express app, and the server that we have just created, as well as the scikit server on top of it. And we are listening for any incoming connections. We are handling the online users state and disconnections. Again, here we are basically manipulating this scikit map. And then we have this helper function as well as the IO variable that we are using in the message controller. Let's go ahead, take a look at it. When we send the message, we first save it to the database, then we just check if user is online, then we can send this message to that user specifically. And in the client, we have basically done the same thing. So in the auth user store, whenever we log in or when we sign up or when we check out, basically as soon as we authenticate, we would like to call this connect socket function, which we have this optimization, and we are connecting to our base URL, then updating the socket state, updating the online users array. Then same for the disconnection, and we have done the similar thing in the message store. I think it should be chat store. This is how we called it. We are subscribing to any new coming messages, updating our state, and we have handled this and made it look like an English sentence. Then we are unsubscribing it whenever we clean up, right? So that's gonna be it for this sockets section. I hope that makes sense. In the next section, we would like to deploy this application, and I'll see you there. Okay, so now it is time to deploy this application. And before we write any code for this, I just want to show you this diagram so that we can understand the current state of our application. So this is what we have really, where we are running a React application under this localhost 5173 port. And then we have our API, the Node.js application, under localhost 5001. What I'd like to do, instead of having two different domains, I will just take the React application and serve it under the same domain with the server, right? So that we can deploy everything in one place and just have only one URL, which is a lot more comfortable and convenient for, like, in our case, right? So let's go back into the VS Code. We would like to set this up. And for the configuration, I will create a package.json file in the root so that we can deploy this easily. I will just open up my terminal. Let's just kill everything. Just open up any one. Under the root, I will say npm init-y, which is give me a package.json file. Then here I can add two different scripts that I will be running in the production. So first we would like to build our application and make it ready for the deployment. Then once it is ready, we would like to start it, right? So we're gonna put something here as well. And no, we don't really want to use NodeMan. AI is making wrong assumptions because NodeMan was only for the development, right? Let's take a look at the backend where we have the dev. This is for development. In the production, we will say start, where we'll have node source index.js. So we are still running the same file, but with Node, not with NodeMan, right? Because that was for development only, as we can tell. So what I really want to do, again, in the root, just create a .getignore file. Because when we deploy our when we deploy our source code to the GitHub, there are certain things that we don't really want to push, such as .env file, node modules folder, and things like that. And we can put everything by ourselves, but thankfully we already have a file under the front end. So I will go ahead, copy everything from this, and I think we can even delete this because we have one in the root, right? So let's just paste this in. And here at the very bottom, I'll just add a .env. Okay, so we can save everything. Now, if you go ahead, open up your terminal, just say git init, and you will be able to see that node modules have been ignored, and the .env file also has been ignored, right? As you can tell, it just works as expected. Now, in the build command, let me actually kill everything to not make this any complicated. Okay, so in the build command, what do we really want to do? First, install all the dependencies for the backend, then install all the dependencies for the front end. Then we would like to build this application and make the React application optimized for the production, right? So let's go ahead and create this script. So I will just say npm install, and we would like to run this under the backend folder, right? Because when we deploy our code to the GitHub, we are not going to have the node modules. So we need to install them. And same for the front end. So this is what we're going to be doing. First, install dependencies for the backend and the same thing for the front end. So I'll just say npm install -- prefix front end. Then once this is done, we would like to build our front end application. So as the AI suggests, I'll say npm run build. Again, run this command under the front end folder. So let's say -- prefix front end. Okay, this should be it. This is the entire script that we need to be able to build our application. Once we build it, we would like to start it, right? And we'll say just npm run start, but run this under the backend folder because we have a script for this. It is this start. It will go ahead and start the index.js file. I hope this makes sense. Basically, from the root, okay, from the root package JSON, with this command, we are navigating to this start script. Let's just see this in action. I will go ahead and delete the node modules. Let's say move to trash. Do the same thing for the front end. Okay, and let's take a look at it. In the terminal, let me clear this up. In the root, I'll say npm run build. Basically, we are running this thing. So it will go ahead install all the dependencies for the backend and for the front end. Now it is building the front end application. As you can tell, we just got a dist folder. This is the optimized version of the entire React application that we had, right? So we have index.html and our assets, which is the CSS and JavaScript, right? So this is that entire React application that we had, but now it is like minimized. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to visit the backend folder and we'll just do some configuration in this index.js file. I will go ahead, install or import path from path. And again, this is a module that is built into Node. And I would like to create a variable, let's say const __ their name path.resolve. We'll be using this in a second. I will just scroll at the very bottom after these. I will say if we are in the production, then go ahead, make this dist folder to be our static assets. So let's see how we can make this happen. We'll say if process.env.node.env, if this is equal to production, then we would like to run this check where we'll say, go ahead, use this middleware. I'll just paste this in and walk you through it. Let me just open this on the left hand side because we'll just take a look at this route. So here we are using the static middleware coming from Express. So if you hover over this, it says this is a built-in middleware function in Express. It serves static files and is based on server static. So basically, we will just put our path to these static assets, and it's going to be under the front end, under the dist folder where we have index.html file, right? So we're going to go ahead and just say path.join _ their name, which is now we are in the backend folder. We're going to go one up into the front end folder, right? So we were here, now we just went up, and from there we would like to go under the front end, and from here we would like to go under the dist. This is now our static assets. And if we visit any route than these, we would like to see our React application. So I'll say app.get any route, right? We are going to get this request and response, and we're going to send a file. And this is how I'll be typing this out. I will say send a file. Again, this is our path. Go into the front end under the dist. We have this index.html file, which will be the entry point for the React application. So with this in mind, like this is what we have done, just like that you can see on the right hand side. We are serving both the API and the React application under the same place. Okay, now we are missing one more thing. If you visit axios.js file, whenever we send a request, the base URL is localhost 5001, but in the production, we are not going to have the localhost, right? We're going to get an actual URL. So we can use this only in development. I will say import meta.env.mode. Make sure this is all uppercase. And we'll say if we are in the development, then base URL is going to be localhost. That's correct. But in the production, we'll say whatever the URL is /API. So we just made this part to be dynamic depending on the environment, either development or in the production. So with this in mind, I will go ahead, copy this, do the same thing in the, oops, what have I done? I will copy this, visit the auth store, I believe. We have this base URL at the top. I will paste this in. Again, in development, we're going to have the localhost, but in production, we can just say use whatever the endpoint is, right? Whatever the domain that we have, just use it instead of localhost. I hope this makes sense. Now we're going to go ahead and try to actually create this, or maybe push the changes and create a GitHub repo. I will open up my terminal. Let's clear everything with Command K. I will say git add all git commit -m, let's say project completed. And just before I do this, if you want to, you can go ahead and visit the index.html and update the title. So here it says Vite and React. Like if you don't really want to see this in the title, just keep this in mind. You can do it. You can even change the logo, right? So let's say, I don't know, Realtime Chat App. I'll save. Let's once again add our changes because we have just changed something. I'll say git add all git commit -m project completed. Commit those changes. Let's try to create a GitHub repo, then push those changes into that repo. So I am in my GitHub account. Let's try to create a new repo. I'll say full stack chat app, and I will make this to be private. While you are watching this video, it would be public, but for now I'll keep it as private. If you are following along, you can go with the public option. Let's say create this repo. I will copy everything, go back to the VS Code, and just clear this up, paste this in. And this should add our changes. If you refresh, we're going to see all the changes that we have done, right? And what I really want to do now, visit the render.com. This is the platform that we're going to be using to deploy our application. They have a free plan that we can use. So I will, like, as you can tell, I just logged in. I will say new, create a new web service. Let's click to this one. And I will get this latest repo that I have just created. And let me try to zoom in. Full stack chat app, connect. Maybe I can zoom out once. Okay, I'll just leave everything as it is. We would like to update the build command. And for this, we would like to use this one where we said npm run build. And to be able to start, we'll say npm run start. Okay, let's go back. I'll delete everything. Let's say npm run build. And here we'll say npm start or npm run start. This is the same thing. Then we would like to use free plan. And we would like to add our environment variables. So I'll just open this up. Let's go back to the VS Code. Get all the environment variables. And like, I will not get the node.env. So I'll just put it at the very bottom and try to copy all those. And I'll explain why we don't get this. So let's paste everything in. Maybe delete these spaces. Okay, we have MongoDB URI, port, secret, Cloudinary secrets as well. So I am not putting the node.env. It is because the render will notice that we are in the production environment and it'll make it to be production instead of development. And if you really want to put an actual secret as this secret key, we can just create one pretty quickly. So I will open up my terminal. This is how we can make this up. So I'll just say open SSL rand dash base 64 and 32. So here we can see we got a lot secure one. I will copy this, go back and update this one with this. Okay, let's say add the variables and everything should be ready. Let's say deploy this web service. This will take a couple of minutes, but then it should be live. This is the URL that we just got. Currently we cannot access to it, but once this is live, we should be able to see it. So I will wait for this to complete and then come back to the video. Okay, so there we go. It says your service is live. We can see the console logs. Basically, server is running on this port, MongoDB connected. And here is what happened. If you scroll up, it would basically first get your GitHub repo, right? Then it would run this build command where it says npm install prefix backend, same for the front end, and build it. Then it would go ahead and start your application. So I don't know why when I scrolled it reloads, but then once it builds it, it tries to run your application. And here we can see it is live. This is the application that we just got. I will kill this one. Let's try to zoom in a little bit. And let's try to log in with this account that we already have in the database. So john@email.com 123456, and I'll put the wrong password, right? 7 at the end. Invalid credentials. So we can make this to be correct. Let's just say like from 1 to 6, sign in. There we go. We have just signed in. And let's try to shrink this, or maybe I was going to say minimize this so that we can put two screens next to each. I will create this incognito window, let's say localhosts, but we don't have localhost, so we should be getting this endpoint. I will paste this in. Let's try to log in as a Jane at email.com 123456. Again, if you put the wrong one, as you can tell, it should crash. Let's say sign in. We have just logged in and John is online. So let me just put them actually side by side. This is what I have. Let me go back into this one, minimize this. Okay, so let's say we select this chat and this one. Let's say just scroll at the very bottom. Hey Jane, it's me in the prod, right? In the production. Let's send. There we go. It works without any issues. Let's say, hey John. As we can tell, let's try to send an image. I will select this one. We can even put a caption. Let's say, this is me in real life. Okay, there we can see it works without any issues. So if we try to send a message to this one, it shouldn't update the UI, right? Like here, I'll just send the update to John. Let's say, hey John, it does not update this UI. We can only see that message in this one as expected. So that was an error that we have handled in the previous sections. Now let's try to show only online users. It works. We can put different settings without any issues, and let's say I selected this one, refresh, it should still be there because it is in the local storage. We can try to update our profile image. So I'll go here, try to, I don't know, just upload the same image. Let's say open. Profile updated successfully. Now both of the users has the same image, but please just ignore this. Here we can see Jane and John has the same images. Let's try to log out from this account. It just updates in real time. Finally, let's try to signing up. I'll say Bob Doe. This is gonna be my full name. Let's say bob@email.com 123. Put the wrong password. We got an error. Let's put the correct one. Okay, we just signed up. Let's refresh here. We should be able to see that account. Jane is online, and if you scroll at the very bottom, we can tell Bob is also online. So I have just paused the video and realized something. So this is a bug. Let's try to fix it, which is when I try to log in, let's say bob@email.com, if I put the wrong or the correct password, doesn't really matter. I don't really get a loading state. So I'll just put the wrong one. I will click to this. Now I cannot see a loading state. And that means we have some kind of a typo bug in our code. Let's try to fix it. I will visit VS Code. Let's find the store for the authentication. So the problem here is that I have an extra G at the end. So I will select all of them with Control D, and I will make this to be deleted and make it to be correct. Then I would like to visit the login page, and here we can see we are using logging in. We are not using this one. So now it should be working out. We can push our changes and it would redeploy our application. And let's see if we have the same error for signing up. When we are trying to signing up, this is the state that we have. It becomes true. And let's visit the sign up page. So is signing up, this is how we are getting it, right? We don't really have any typos in it. Okay, so signing up should be working out. Let's try to push our changes. In this way, you would be able to see how we can update our code and redeploy it once again. I will say git add all git commit -m, let's say login loading state updated, git push. So what is going to happen is that this code will be pushed to our GitHub account, right? Now we should be able to see a new change. In the same way, render will be able to see it and it will go ahead, try to deploy it in real time. So now here we can see it is trying to deploy this. Again, this will take a couple of minutes or maybe seconds. Once this is done, I'll just be right back in the video. Okay, so it is just live. Let's go ahead and visit it. I can kill the previous one. Let's say bob@email.com. Now, even if I put the wrong password, when I submit this, I should have the loading state. There we can see it just works. And if you put the correct one in the same way, we're going to get the loading state, then we will be logged in.